The first item on the order paper is questions addressed to the Deputy President. Members may press the talk button on their desks if they wish to ask a supplementary question. The first question has been asked by Honorable Holomisa. Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, many of the bilateral relationships that we have with a number of countries often provide for cooperation on educational matters. The Department of Higher Education is the line function that is responsible for coordinating all these efforts with regard to funding, to administration, to regulating national policy, and around all these international scholarships. And they also maintain a fairly good database, and what they are doing is gaining traction on an ongoing basis. Now, these training opportunities that we get take a number of different forms. The opportunities also differ with regard to the duration, the cost, the recruitment criteria and qualifications that will be obtained, and all the logistical arrangements. As the President and the Deputy President and a number of ministers travel to various countries, we always seek to open opportunities for young people for training and skills acquisition. One example, and there are quite many examples, I'll just cite a few, is the offer that we got from Algeria for the training of 9 people on scholarships for the year 2015 to 2016. Another example is the agreement between South Africa and China for the training of up to 2,000 South Africans in various fields of cooperation. Another example is, which is quite a huge one, is that with Cuba, which started in 1996 as a solidarity program offered by Cuba to provide 80 scholarships a year to students to study medicine, with the full costs being borne by the Cuban government. In 2012, we reached agreement with the Cuban government to expand this program. In terms of the expanded program, the South African government finances the costs of the program. We now have over 3,000 South African students who are currently studying medicine in Cuba. Of the students sent to Cuba, over 460 have already returned and are now qualified doctors. Candidates for this program are selected by provincial governments with a focus on candidates from disadvantaged backgrounds. Human resource development is an increasing significant element of our bilateral relations, and we are continuing to seek opportunities, Deputy Speaker, on an ongoing basis as we travel abroad. One other country that has offered scholarships is Sweden, where we are training a number of young people who are doing their masters in marine studies. Japan is another example where we are training artisans and a number of other master students. So these opportunities are what we seek out as we travel abroad, so that our young people can be trained. I was particularly, as I conclude, very pleased to address 1,500 of these medical students in Cuba, and I found that they were quite pleased with the opportunity that they've been given, and they are all ready to come back home to act as our doctors. So these programs do work, and we are benefiting quite a great deal from these overseas training opportunities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Holomisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you, Honorable Deputy President. I'm certain that you may recall, ngesikhathi usengu Secretary General wenye political party, that as part of the preparations for a democratic government in 1992, I, together with late Chris Hani, Tokyo Sekhwale, and General Mgwebi, facilitated and secured training of former MK and TDF soldiers with the Indian government, amongst others. We now know that such program has enabled many to rise within the SANDF. Given the industrialization program of the government and with specific reference to devastated towns and cities, would it not be advisable that as a country we enter into similar agreements in order to capacitate and expose our people to advanced technology to drive this noble program?
Honorable Holomisa, I allowed you some seconds beyond your time has expired, sir.
Yeah, you should give me more time in my capacity as a former head of state, man. Give me a benefit of doubt.
Next time, Honorable Holomisa, try to be persuasive in the programming and Chief Whips Forum for that time. Yeah. Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Holomisa, I seem to recall that time when you were a member of the African National Congress, when together we crafted this type of course where a number of our soldiers and future leaders of the SANDF were trained in India. With regards to your question, yes, you are right. It is something that we are doing at present. We are sending quite a number of people to various countries where they can gain a lot of technological know-how as well as managerial know-how. So you are talking about something that we are already doing, and we are rolling it out in quite an extensive way. But thank you very much. We're waiting for you to come back. Thank you very much.
Honorable Hill Louis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, the binational agreements deal with a number of issues, including trade, and I'd like to focus on that for a second, if I may. Former President Motlanthe, in an interview this week, was quite scathing about the way that we treat our major trading partners, and the quite bizarre trend in the government and your party to actively alienate and antagonize our biggest trading partners. Now, looking at your diary, you seem to tacitly agree with the former president, if one considers your work schedule. You've been working very hard to mend relationships with our biggest partners through these binational council agreements. Do you agree with President Motlanthe that we are unnecessarily harming our relationships with existing partners by, for example, our bungling of the AGOA negotiations and the belligerent language adopted by your party at its recent General Council? And can you use this opportunity today, Deputy President, to associate yourself with the former President's sentiments and reconfirm our relationship with our major trading partners and commit the government to repairing the damage that has been done? Thank you.
Now, what no mention of tea. What former Deputy President Motlanthe was talking about clearly was, yes, he was president for a while, was how the trade relations or the relations, be they executed through binational commissions or whatever, can actually be deepened. And that's precisely what the President, what the Deputy President and our ministers are doing right now. A number of countries that were not our major trading partners are now our major trading partners. China, hitherto, was not our major trading partner. Today, it is our major trading partner. And we trade more effectively with China because the relationship is based on win-win, mutual benefit that they can get out of a relationship and what we can get out of a relationship. And with a number of other countries, we also are advancing our relationships, and in fact, we are deepening those relationships quite extensively. The President will soon be traveling to another country. I will be going to Iran in a few days, and the objective is to go and broaden our relationships. Now, this is what we have committed ourselves to doing, and our investments, the investments that are flowing into our country have not been going down, they've been going up, and in fact we've maintained good relations with many other countries. The BRICS story is one great success for our country. The fact that we are the smallest country in the BRICS family testifies to the effectiveness of our foreign relations. We are a big hitter in the international scene, and we are much looked for by other countries, and many countries want to continue maintaining our relations with us. But what we seek to do is to see what we can gain out of those relationships.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much.
The time has expired. Honourable members, I noticed that this question was not related to the question here. It's a different question. I allowed it, and it's okay for the generosity of the Deputy President to provide information which is important to the House. I do want to remind the members that they approved the requirements that supplementary questions must be related to the original question. I'm reminding you, and let's stick to that general process until you change it to an open mic session. That would be great. But right now, it has not been changed. Let's try and stick to that. Honourable Hlope.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, South Africa has been going around entering into bilateral agreements with various countries, but there is no mechanism of ensuring that these agreements do indeed benefit South Africans, leading to a situation where, when these agreements have to be renewed, you find that nothing was done. What mechanisms are you putting in place to ensure that the country does quantify the opportunities offered by these bilateral agreements to benefit the people of South Africa, not the individuals?
Thank you, honourable members. As you might have noticed, the Department of Trade and Industry is in the process of evaluating many of the agreements that we have entered into with various countries, with a view of ensuring that those agreements are beneficial to us as South Africans. Now, what we seek to do through our foreign relations policy is to make sure that, one, we promote our own national interests. Our national interests must be prominent, and we must get as much to benefit out of any relationship that we have with any country, whilst basing that relationship on good diplomacy, mutual respect, and mutual benefit to both of us. Now, we are broadening quite a number of our reach in as far as dealings with various countries, and as we reach agreements, we are deepening those. We are making sure that they are as expansive as possible. They touch on investments, they touch on trade, they touch on training that we want to get for our young people, and obviously they touch on a whole variety of areas. Some touch on energy cooperation, water cooperation, and a whole range of others. And as you see ministers and deputy ministers accompanying either the president or the deputy president, they are at work. They are reaching agreements with all those countries that we travel to, and the main objective is to see the extent to which South Africa can gain out of those agreements and those relationships. So we are working and siqhuba kakuhle in everything that we are doing internationally. Thank you very much.
Honorable Masango.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, arising from your recent highly successful visit to Sweden, where a binational commission between the two countries was renewed, is the Deputy President at liberty to share more information with Parliament on this binational commission? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
Thank you. Yes, we are willing and prepared to share some details of what was arrived or agreed to in this binational commission. This was the 11th time that we had this binational commission, which is chaired by the Deputy President and their Deputy Prime Minister. And during the course of time, we also had an opportunity to meet their Prime Minister as well. The binational commission was able to discuss a variety of issues that had to do with the training of our students, and we were able to extend the offer that they have made to us to train our students who are doing marine studies by a few more years, so that was wonderful. We had the Minister of Water and Sanitation also reaching an agreement on an exchange of information and an exchange of technology with the Minister of Environment, who happens to be the Deputy Prime Minister. We also looked at the trade imbalance between South Africa and Sweden, and we immediately put in measures to rebalance that imbalanced trade experience. We also looked at the issue of energy. We had an opportunity to look at how their energy architecture is set up, and that too was an area where we reached agreement. So we had quite a bit of time to discuss things at close range, and we were able to reach good agreements with the Swedes. And the relationship we have with the Swedes is a mutually beneficial one. We are always seeking to find ways of extending the ways that we are dealing with each other, with a view of making sure that we both benefit out of the relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Question number 22 have been asked by Honorable Bheki Radebe. Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, in August 2015, the parties to the conflict in South Sudan signed a peace agreement that set in motion the process to end the conflict in that young democracy. The signatories to the agreement met from the 21st of October to the 3rd November under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, in other words. The meeting was intended to resolve outstanding issues on the implementation of the permanent ceasefire and operationalization of the institutions provided for in the peace agreement. The signatories, consisting of the SPLM in Juba, the SPLM in opposition, and the SPLM composed of the former detainees, also discussed the timelines for the return to Juba of all the leaders belonging to these groups. The signatory parties committed themselves to build confidence and to ensure security is provided to leaders and citizens in South Sudan. These latest developments follow the signing on January 21st of the Arusha Reunification Agreement, The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to rebuilding and democratizing the movement, to promote national harmony and bring an end to the conflict that has engulfed that country. The agreement commits the movement to expedite efforts to end the war and to enhance the values and the culture of democracy, unity and development. According to the agreement, the SPLM leaders are required to formulate policies that allow a culture of tolerance and practice of internal democracy. In accordance with that agreement, that is the Arusha Agreement, preparations are now underway to convene an extraordinary national convention to discuss the constitution of the SPLM, its manifesto and code of ethics. As members would be aware, Dr. Riek Machar is the leader of the SPLM in opposition. He continues to be one of the significant stakeholders in the ongoing endeavors to bring peace and stability to South Sudan. As the co-guarantors of the Arusha Agreement, the Chama cha Mapinduzi of Tanzania and the ANC will continue to reach out to engage all SPLM factions and their leaders, Dr. Riek Machar included, as well as President Salva Kiir, so that they do not lose the momentum and remain seized with the resolution of the differences through peace means. And I'd like to believe that peace is just around the corner for South Sudan, as all the parties are now beginning the process of working together to cement the peace that they have signed in various agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Masango, I believe you are the one stepping in for Honorable Khate. Go ahead, Ndati.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, with the Juba administration having shown commitment to the agreement with the rebels by withdrawing Ugandan troops, have the rebels shown any commitment to the AU Agenda 2063, which purports that there can be no development without peace and no peace without development? What is South Africa's specific interest in the peace and stability of South Sudan? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
Clearly, one of the motivating factors for the various parties in South Sudan to reach agreement was to stabilize their country and to bring the conflict to an end. And this is very much in line with Agenda 2063 of the AU. So in other words, they are clearly embracing the Agenda 2063 as enunciated by the AU. South Africa's interest in promoting peace and stability in South Sudan is clearly driven by our quest as part of Africa to have a continent that is stable, a continent that is peaceful, and a continent that seeks to develop its people and have successful economies. We act in solidarity with a number of countries on the African continent that are facing challenges and difficulties. But in all this, we are also obviously as a country seeking to promote our own interests. First and foremost, we are Africans, and we must support and help other African countries that are facing challenges. And secondly, we are South Africans, and we will seek to promote our own interests. What are our own interests? Is to develop our own people, to develop our own economy. There are quite a number of opportunities that are open in many countries on the African continent where South Africa can play a role. As it is now, our president is the lead champion of developing infrastructure on the African continent. Does he therefore have an interest as a leader of Africa to help with the infrastructure development in South Sudan? The answer is yes. So we have to be supporting African projects. And in all this, South Africa stands behind the notion of finding African solutions for African problems. And this is what we are doing. We are finding those solutions, and we are seeking to install peace right across the African continent. And in many ways, we are being very, very successful. And South Africa is well received and well respected in many, many countries on the African continent. That is who we are as South Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mwango.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, arising from your response, I would like to know to what extent has the Arusha Agreement been honored by both parties? And also linked to that question is the whole question of the reported violation of human rights. What is IGAD doing to address the issue of the reported violation of human rights by both parties? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy President.
The Arusha Agreement, which was underwritten and guaranteed by Chama cha Mapinduzi of Tanzania and the African National Congress, is an agreement that is aimed at assisting, or better still, reunifying the SPLM and getting the SPLM different groupings to work together to rebuild their movement, to also go back to Juba with a view of rebuilding SPLM structures in Juba and ensuring that they amend their constitution, they deepen democracy in their own party, and they consolidate their governance structures. Now, this is what the Arusha Agreement was aimed at. It had a stop-and-start type of beginning. In the beginning, not all parties adhered to the terms of the Arusha Agreement. Things have now become a lot better in that they have now agreed to go back to Juba, which is part of what we had all agreed to. They are now going back to Juba, and in going back to Juba, the process of reunifying the SPLM will now earnestly get underway, and we are hoping that they will find unity in the various efforts that they've embarked upon. In relation to the issue of human rights violations, the AU is dealing with the matter. The Obasanjo report was given to the AU, and they are dealing with that matter, and it will be dealt with through IGAD as well. And we are hoping that the AU will deal with this matter in a way that will be satisfactory to all parties, and that they will find a way of confronting the truth and finding reconciliation, even as all these things have happened in their country. On our part as South Africans, we will be assisting them with the experience that we have had of truth and reconciliation, that they should be brave enough and courageous enough to confront the truth and also find a way of reconciling so that they can rebuild their country. This is the contribution that we will make to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Makhalapa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, over 20 months of this conflict in South Sudan has caused human suffering and human rights abuses. People have been displaced, tortured, maimed, and killed. Over 7 ceasefires has collapsed. You were tasked as a special envoy to mediate the civil conflict. However, the 26th of August 2015 peace agreement, which was signed in Juba between President Key and Dr. Machar, has since collapsed, leading to further and continuing bloodshed, internal displacement, and famine. Why did your efforts to keep the agreement in place fail? And what steps will you take to remedy this failure and revive this essential peace agreement? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Member, I think you are obviously operating under a seriously wrong misconception, because I was never appointed a mediator. I am President Jacob Zuma's envoy. No, he said mediator, to mediate. He said to mediate. So my task is not to mediate. My task is to...
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Can I read my question again to the Deputy President?
No.
So that he understands the context. I said you were tasked as the special envoy.
Take your seat. Thank you. Deputy President?
Yes, I did hear that. The honorable member did say I was tasked as a special envoy to mediate. Now, I was merely correcting his misconception, because he's obviously laboring under a serious misconception. I am President Jacob Zuma's envoy. Envoys, it's not to mediate. Envoy is to represent President Jacob Zuma. Now, the mediation process is being executed by IGAD. IGAD, which is working under the aegis of the African Union, is the body and entity that is mediating that conflict. It is composed of the countries in the Great Lakes area. What we have been doing is to work with the SPLM together with Chama Mapinduzi. Now, the process is the mediation process, which is led by the AU, and we have been working with the SPLM together with the Chama Mapinduzi. And we've been focusing on party issues. We took a view, and they also took the view, that one of the key problems that they faced was the disunity within the SPLM, and that is what led to the problems that they currently have. So the Arusha Agreement was what Chama Mapinduzi and the ANC assisted the parties in arriving at. The mediation process is being led by IGAD and the leaders in the Great Lakes area, and that is the effort that is meant to lead to permanent peace in South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Ndlozi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, let's not play with words. You are essentially there because there is a peace process that must mediate. So your entire mission, even as part of the envoy, the central reason is mediation. Now, your record in any peace process is what is concerning. You presided over MTN as chairman of the board for 10 years, and it squandered resources in many countries across the continent, quite recently in Nigeria, avoiding taxes to enrich you. 2, you presided over Lonmin, which did the same in this country. And that's basically thieving. How can you be trusted to ever preside over any peace process, including in Sudan?
Point of order.
Seeing that peace processes that you preside over end up in protecting.
Take your seat. Yes. What's the point of order, Honorable Chief Whip?
What Honorable Ndlozi is doing is a tirade addressing the Deputy President. He's not having a follow-up question. He's not doing anything but addressing him. He's out of order. It's a new question.
Honorable member, proceed. Mind your language.
You mean the program or my language?
Mind your language. Proceed.
Okay. My question is, even the South African peace process that you negotiated has only resulted in the protection of capital, which continues to thieve to make you rich. What guarantees do we have that your involvement in Sudan will not lead to the same thieving that you are famous for to protect capital, in particular white monopoly capital?
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Nkwinti.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, yesterday, this House was explained by the presiding officer about what it means to rise on a point of order. I am now rising on a point of order to say the honorable member is out of order because he is addressing the Deputy President personally, not on the subject matter on the table right now. Thank you. It's out of order.
Do the right thing, honorable member. Address me.
Deputy, I was waiting for you to rule.
Yes, I'm saying address me. It's okay. You know, that's what happens. You don't address members personally.
And also the people that often protect you in Parliament, they also benefit from the thieving processes of capital. So in what way are you going to make sure and guarantee us as the people of South Africa that your processes...
A point of order. I'm standing up. A point of order, Chair.
Wait. Yes, honorable member. Honorable members.
Yes. Yes.
Honorable members, order, order. Give a member a chance to speak. You object when they do the same thing to do. Honorable members, please allow a member to speak. Go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's not about the language. It's got nothing to do with the language. It's got everything to do with the rules of the House. It's got everything to do with a point of order, which has got nothing to do with what the Deputy President is talking about. The honorable member is neither following up on a question on the basis of the explanation by the Deputy President. The honorable member is out of order, and I request, Chair, with due respect, that members must not be allowed to be making statements. They must follow the process and procedure of the House and follow properly. This that the member is doing has got nothing to do with the questions that the Honorable Deputy President is requesting. And I request you, Chairperson, no matter how much they can scream and shout, the bottom line is that we've got rules in this House. And these rules must be followed to the latter. I plead with you, Chair.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 1136, if I may.
Yes.
Rule 1136 says a member who asks a supplementary question may make a statement or express an opinion, but may not speak for more than 1 minute. Honourable Ndlozi is not out of order, and I'd ask that you protect him as a member of the opposition in putting his question to the Deputy President.
Honourable member, you may address the House. Honourable Shivambo, what are you raising on?
No, Chair, I wanted you to rule that intervention by the lady there, the Miss Minister, to
a point of order.
Allowed to.
Point of order. I've got a name. My name is Minister Lindiwe Daphne Zulu. You're not going to call me what you want in this House.
You're not going to take your seat.
But I don't know your name. I don't know your name. You can't force me to know your name.
Honorable member.
I don't know you. I was saying that you must rule that out of order because what the chief whip of the DA is saying is the correct interpretation of how the questions must. You can't say that we can't make statements when we're making questions here. We've got every right to make statements. You can't put your words in our mouth. You can't tell us what to ask and all those things there. The rules allow for that, so protect Honorable Ndlozi to ask the question, and then the response must come from the gentleman who's answering questions now.
Honorable Shivambo.
On a point of order, Chair. Deputy Speaker, I've read this rule. This is pure opportunism from Honorable Steenhuisen. The rule does not allow the honorable member to impugn the integrity of the Deputy President. It does say you can make the statement, you can express the opinion, but it does not say impugn the integrity of the person.
Deputy Speaker, impugnation is in the eye of the beholder. What the Honourable Deputy President may see as impugning could well be valid political statements being made which fall within the ambit of 1136. If you want to be president, you're going to have to get a thicker skin than that, Mr. Deputy President.
Honourable members, I do wish to state the following, that Honourable Ndlozi, and this I'm addressing to you, sir. You address the chair and not the member, and in this instance, the Deputy President personally. You address the chair and the issues before the House. That's the first requirement that we must do, so that the Deputy President himself does not feel to have to speak directly to you. Members must appreciate that's the reasoning why we have a chair in the House. So that's the first request I want to make to you. And if in the language that I said you should mind, is that don't cast aspersions without substantiated allegations in what you are saying. That's what I'm talking about. So proceed and complete that thing. And it's for less than a minute, and you've chowed many of that minute. Go ahead.
How do we know that you're not going to preside over a peace process that thieves to enrich people who are ambitious to benefit from the thieving activities that you are involved in Lonmin as well as in MTN, and also benefit those who are ambitious to also benefit from those thieving activities? Because generally the peace processes that you have negotiated thus far are empty of economic justice. They only protect white monopoly capital. Thank you.
Members.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker, I'm done with my question.
Deputy Speaker.
We must go to the answer.
Deputy Speaker, he may be done with his question, but he is answerable to his behavior, and we are not done with his behavior. Deputy Speaker, the rules of this House prohibit the use of offensive language. If the honourable member wishes to make accusations against any other member of this House, let alone the Deputy President, they know they should do it by way of a substantive motion. They are not allowed to impugn on the integrity of another honourable member, and the Deputy President is just as protected by the rules as any other member of this House. That member must be ordered to withdraw the unjustified accusations that he's making against the Deputy President. Thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Shivambo, yes, go ahead, speak, Honourable Shivambo, I've already called you.
Now, Chair, the Deputy Minister of Justice at least would have been just enough to indicate which of the words which Honourable Ndlozi used are offensive in terms of the parliamentary rules. It's a simple thing. To say that people are thieving, it's a fact. That they are capitalist thieves, it's a fact. And you must indicate that, otherwise let us get the response from the gentleman. Please.
Deputy Speaker.
Okay, take your seat. Yes, Honourable.
A person commits theft if a court of law finds them guilty of theft. The Honourable Chief Whip of one of the small opposition parties there does not constitute a court and cannot make a finding of the commission of the crime of theft against the deputy president when he is not a court of law.
Yeah. Can you take your seat? Before you respond, Honorable Ndlozi, no, can I just say this? I'll give you an opportunity. I do want to say to you that I alerted you to your language, not once, twice. And I expressly said you can't make statements that are unsubstantiated, and you proceeded in what I heard to do exactly that. However, I have requested the table here to bring us reference to your express language that I heard, so that we do it. And I think there are aggravating circumstances for doing it in spite of being asked not to do it, not once, several times. And I will then wait for that to happen, and it will be put across the House today. What is it that you wanted to say, Honorable Member?
Members of the African National Congress stand on that platform every day. They make accusations. There is no court of law that has found apartheid to have been a crime against humanity. There is no court of law that has found the DA to be racist. But they stand, all of them, say that the racist DA, apartheid, a crime against humanity. You never take exception to that. Please be consistent. The deputy president must answer questions. If he wants a substantial motion to prove that capital thieves, it's there. MTN has been fined 72 billion in Nigeria, and he was the chairman. It avoided taxes, it's being fined. So please, the Loan Min Commission found that Loan Min avoided taxes as well. Please, be consistent. Stop saying those things to me. I have done nothing wrong. He must answer for the thieving of capital that he has benefited and presided over.
Yeah. I've made a ruling, and I'm not going to change it. Honorable Deputy President, you may respond.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. If one was allowed to be personal, which one is not allowed to, I would have written Honorable Ndlozi's script. And maybe I would have written it a lot better than what he has articulated. But nonetheless, I think in answering his question, one can very briefly say that in everything that we do, as the ruling party and the leaders of the ruling party, we seek to adhere to the principles that are enshrined in our Constitution. We seek to adhere to values of behavior, and where there is weakness or fault, we will always seek ways of correcting that. Thank you very much.
Question number 23, asked by Honorable Dudley, Deputy President.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, now the issue of the funding for higher education in our country has clearly taken center stage in the past few weeks. And we want to welcome the fact that this issue has been prominently raised, in fact, sharply raised by our students who have been protesting against the proposed fee increases, as well as a number of other things. They have taken steps, and many of the steps that have been taken were disciplined. And we, as their elders, as their parents, must listen to what our young people are saying. It was also extensively discussed, this matter, at the second Higher Education Transformation Summit that was held in Durban on the 15th of October, which I had the privilege of opening. It was to address this very critical issue that President Jacob Zuma convened a meeting on the 23rd of October with vice-chancellors, chairpersons of university councils, presidents of SRCs and student organizations. As we all know, the meeting agreed that there will be no increase on university fees in 2016. Government has also set up a presidential task team to consider the short-term implications for the 2016 academic year, including both the 0% increase and the current NSFAS funding shortfall. The medium to long-term funding of the system also needs to be addressed. Clearly, this cannot be confined to university education, but must cover the whole post-school education and training sector, including TVET colleges, community colleges, and training colleges. The Department of Higher Education and Training has quantified the funding shortfall over the medium term to ensure that the National Development Plan targets are met for the baseline funding of universities and TVET colleges. Parliament, acting through the Standing Committee on Appropriations, has been informed of the current underfunding of the post-school education and training system. Government will have to consider all the facts and consider how to reprioritize funding to ensure stability and growth of the system. It will also need to consider ways in which affordable higher education for all, including free education for the poor, can be made available. President Jacob Zuma is considering setting up a commission that will deliberate on the long-term issues and make recommendations on all those issues. The developments of the past few weeks in many ways provide an opportunity for all social partners to find a way of working together to address the challenges in higher education in a substantial, sustainable, and comprehensive manner.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Structures like the Human Resource Development Council also have a role to play in all this. And so therefore, Deputy Speaker, we all have a great opportunity to participate in a process that can transform higher education in our country. It is an opportunity that we must take with both hands and play our role. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, in sourcing additional funding to support students, is government considering the implementation of a fund-saving first-year bridging year across all universities and tertiary institutions, which will improve throughput, increase morale, and make more tertiary education places available? And if not, why not? What are the issues around that? Then, of course, something that hasn't come to the fore that is on everybody's minds, or on many people's minds. Have any steps been taken to ensure that students understand that their right to protest about funding or any other matter should be exercised with utmost responsibility, ensuring that the rights of others are not violated in the process? And that you may or may not want to answer in terms of this question, but I do know that it is on people's minds. Thank you.
Deputy President.
We are hoping that through this process, which we expect all role players to play a key role in, that we will be able to consider various propositions, including the proposition that the Honourable Member has just put on the table. That is by no means the only proposition that is on the table. There are many others, and what we are hoping for is that as many proposals and propositions, including yours, Honourable Member, will be debated, entertained, until we find solutions. And I'd like to believe that solutions are possible if all stakeholders will get together and put forward proposals either to the commission that the President is going to put forward, or establish rather, or a task team. This is a great opportunity that all of us as South Africans can play a role in without grandstanding, with great responsibility, making sure that we do prepare a really conducive ground for our young people to get a decent education. a decent education that is properly funded, and where children from poor families will be assured of getting a fee-free education at university. Now, as we move forward, clearly we want to move all towards a free education, which will be costly, but we've got to find the solutions. In relation to the protest measures that young people have embarked upon, I think that in the main, there was a great deal of discipline. The situation could have been much worse than what we experienced, and that is what all of us as South Africans must be thankful for, that in the main, the students exercised great leadership. There was a lot of good leadership in a number of campuses, and there was exuberance in one place or another, but in the main, the protests were fairly well contained and well controlled, and we expect that young people in protesting will continue to deport themselves in a disciplined manner befitting of their stature of students of the Republic of South Africa who are learning in a democratic dispensation. And this is what I believe most of them are committed to, and they, in discussions, keep on saying that what they would like to see is to see their issues being addressed. And right now, their issues are being addressed, and we will address them until we find solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy President. Honorable Chiwane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC has overseen the largest displacement of young people as a result of financial exclusions from universities since 1994. The recent student protest was for the fees to fall for the government to guarantee free quality education till attainment of first degree. The ANC under Gwede Matashe then hijacked the struggle and made it look like it was merely for no fee increment. The steps you are taking to ensure that all the students' demands for what steps are you taking to ensure that all the students' demands for free education, decolonization of universities, and general transformation of higher education sector are met? But also to substantiate, Deputy Chair, it seems negotiations always favor the Deputy President because post-1994 he suddenly became a millionaire. So I wanted to substantiate on what the Commissar Ndozi was saying.
Honorable Deputy President.
I'd like to believe, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that I have provided an answer to that question. I did say that these matters that have been raised by the students, as the President, having met with the various role players, said that he is giving consideration to setting up a structure, be it a commission or whatever, that is going to deal with this matter. That means that the matter is being given consideration at the highest level. That structure will be able to have opportunity to sit down and work with the students, work with the administrators of universities, the rectors and the lecturers, and the parents and various other entities that deal with education. It is through that structure that we will be seeking to find answers. And we've already got a plethora of proposals, many, many proposals indeed, coming from the students, coming from various bodies, and those proposals are going to be thoroughly debated until we find solutions. And clearly, Treasury and the private sector will need to play a key role in finding the money that is going to underwrite whatever decision will be taken in all this. So work is being done, and we will find solutions to all these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Maimane.
Speaker. Deputy President, let me first of all say thank you for your kind words that change is indeed coming in Nelson Mandela Bay. I can't agree with you more there. Yes, the DA will be coming on board, so thank you. But let me highlight the point that I hear you are speaking today about the fact that, look, we are the adults, there's opportunities where we can find solutions. I want to say, here's the first problem. Minister Bladen Zimande said it here. He said, we need to find just 3 billion rands for next year. I am saying to you, we can wait for the executive and the process that you've outlined, but I don't believe the executive must colonize Parliament anymore. Parliament has the power, and in a few weeks' time, we are passing a budget. Can I give you a tangible solution that will at least deal with next year? Can't we cut VIP services, cut 720 million rands from DERCO? Can't we cut that budget, finance the students for next year so we can deal with the shortfall? So rather than having a very secure, VIP protected executive, let's fund the students. Can we agree on that, please, Deputy President?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Maimani, that to me falls in the category of cheap shots. It's a cheap shot. The matter has to be addressed and it has to be debated. You must never think that you have a monopoly on ideas. You don't. Some of the things, even much bigger things than what you're talking about, are already being considered. They are being considered. We are dealing with those issues. And as we have said, in the end, the executive has to play a key role in finding solutions to all these things. Parliament indeed has to pass a budget, but the budget is initiated by the executive of the Republic of South Africa. That is where the process starts. So as I said, and maybe people are not listening intently enough, all these matters are going to be given full consideration, and through the process that the President is going to outline, we will be able to find solutions. What I can promise you is that we will find solutions for our young people. Our young people are our future, and we've got to secure that future. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the last question has been asked by Honourable Nkadi Meng. Honourable Deputy President. Sorry.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, the training of artisans, technicians and engineers are clearly priorities of the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as the Human Resource Development Council. Government aims to produce up to 24,000 competent artisans by 2020. And this is as part of the effort to achieving the goals and targets that were set up by the National Development Plan, which sees us producing up to 30,000 competent artisans by 2030. Much work has been undertaken to consolidate and standardize the artisan training process. So what we now have to do is to ensure that we train these young people, and we have set up a National Artisan Development Support Center to specifically manage this whole process. The significant investment in technical and vocational education and training colleges is specifically aimed, amongst other things, to produce artisans in sufficient numbers with the skills and expertise our economy needs. Government has produced a policy for public comment on artisan recognition of prior learning. This policy focuses on the upskilling of workers who for a number of years have been working as assistant artisans without formal qualification. It is also developing a strategy on the quality and improvement of trade tests and artisan development. There is ongoing engagement by the Department of Higher Education with artisan development stakeholders, including business, including industry, labor, and other government departments to cooperate on issues of artisan training. The department has prioritized recapitalization of the Institute of National Development of Learnerships and strategies aimed at increasing the graduate contribution in engineering is also underway. A joint engineering education working group between the Department of Higher Education and Training has also been established. So many efforts are being made and taken to make sure that we produce as many artisans as we possibly can. As I indicated earlier, when we went to Japan on an official trip, we managed to win an offer from the Japanese government to train quite a number of artisans in Japan on a funded basis, and we will be sending those artisans to Japan soon. So many efforts are being taken, and we intend to have many well-trained and competent artisans in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt any of the speakers, but just on a point of clarity, on the previous question of Honourable Dudley, we didn't have, there was only, as far as maybe I counted wrong, but there was 2 questions, follow-up questions. So are we going to come back to that question, or shouldn't we just complete it now?
No, let's proceed, Honourable Member. I'll come back to you. There were actually 3 questions that happened there. Honourable Nkadimeng.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy President, for your prompt and elaborate response. Honourable Deputy President, given that we now have occupational teams established for identified occupation groups from key stakeholders, what role will the National Human Resource Development Council play in ensuring that the output of artisans, technicians, and engineers from the various institutions of higher education is channeled on the informed advice of the occupational groups to key sectors of the economy and the public sector, and that we don't have a mismatch of skill being channeled to some sectors whilst other sectors, including the public sector, suffer shortages? Thank you.
Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and Honourable Member. We are, through the HRDC Council, involved in a process of working together with Labour, with government departments and the private sector, as well as community-based organizations, to finalize a comprehensive human resource development strategy which will be adopted this week. And in that strategy, we will be outlining the number of steps that we are going to be taking, building already on the work that has been done, the work which enables us as government, enables the private sector to work with government to make sure that we produce well-trained artisans. And this is playing itself out through the adoption of a number of colleges by the private sector, where the private sector works very closely with TVET colleges, where we are producing artisans that are going to have immediate positions in various companies that adopt these colleges and be able to get learnerships, internships, and learning on the job. And we're finding this to be most beneficial to young people who are in TVET colleges. As we promote and encourage more and more companies to adopt TVET colleges, we're finding that we are deepening the process of the training of these young people to become really good artisans, because they learn their artisan craft on the job. And we want to extend this to as many colleges as possible. The process has started, and we are hoping that it will gather pace as we move right across the country. As it is, on Friday, we're going to have our HRDC Council meeting at a college where this is already taking place. And we are going to be launching another process precisely at that same college. So we are doing quite a lot of work, and that's good work indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy President, the error pointed out by the member earlier on question 23. Honorable Hlengwa was the one to do a supplementary according to the list that was here. If he has any supplementary question to question 23, asked by Honorable Dudley.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, I put it to you that had the students not sparked the Fees Must Fall protests and the campaign, we would not be talking about this today, and government would not have first said 6% and subsequently 0% because it was way off your radar. But the issue is, in your manifesto, election after election, you've been promising free education. So does it mean that you are promising South Africans a manifesto without a plan, without a program of action, and you only wait for something to happen, then you react? I put it to you that the 0% fee increment that you've proposed was a knee-jerk reaction in the absence of solutions, and you are now scrambling around trying to allay and appease the anxieties of South Africans at great cost to the economy. So why is it that you are promising in the absence of plans? Thank you.
Deputy President.
The action that was taken by students was action that needed to be heeded by the whole country. And it is for this reason that we should be saying to the students, thank you for raising this issue. This issue clearly has the issue of the funding of universities is a matter that government has been dealing with over time, and in dealing with it, clearly we were a victim of our own success. We have succeeded enormously in getting so many students into institutions of higher learning. The very institutions that the previous government did not want them to get into. Those students are now in those institutions, and our response is not a knee-jerk response. Our response
point of order
is a...
What's the point of order, Honourable Member?
Deputy Speaker, I put it to you and the House that the Deputy President is deliberately misleading the House, that his government is a victim of their own success. There's nothing successful about the commodification of education.
Honourable Ndlozi.
And you did not see anything.
Honourable Ndlozi, when you say the Deputy President deliberately misleads the House, that is out of order. It's unparliamentary. And
how so?
It is unparliamentary, sir. You
according
can't say
to which
that.
Rule?
Read your rule, sir. When you say deliberately...
Rule what?
You are
deliberately misleading the House. The Fees Must Fall movement was a revolutionary movement which came against everything that represents the ANC.
I'm asking you to withdraw that statement. Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, which rule?
It is offensive to say any member of the House deliberately misleads the House. The rule explicitly tells you that you shouldn't do that.
On order.
What's your order?
We are asking for simple guidance from you.
The guidance is that, Honourable Shivambo, the member must withdraw.
I'm not finished speaking. I'm saying we are asking for reference to the rule. Which rule says that he must withdraw?
I want you to withdraw, Honourable Member, your statement.
You don't know the rule. Show us the rule and then Commissar will withdraw.
Honourable Members, this is ridiculous. And I do want to say to you, this is not a kindergarten. No member shall use offensive or unbecoming language. It is unbecoming to accuse any member of the House of deliberately misleading the House. I suggest you withdraw.
No, it's fine.
Point of order, Chair.
Honourable Member, can you... What's the story, Honourable Member?
Is euphemism unlawful in this House?
Honorable Ndlozi, please go ahead.
I withdraw that it's deliberate, but the Deputy Speaker is misleading the House. The President is misleading the House that the ANC suffered from its own, it's a victim of its success. There's no such a thing. They've not ever planned of giving free education. It was always an empty promise. And students brought them to that, kicking and screaming in that soprano voice of Brabladen Zemande. And they conceded to the revolutionary demand.
Your withdrawal must be unconditional.
It's unconditional, but he's misleading the House. That's what I meant. Not deliberately, but he's misleading the House. I withdraw the deliberate unconditionally, and I resubmit that it was a misleading of the House.
Order. Honorable Singh.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I make an appeal to you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to please prevent, in terms of these rules, these altercations that are taking place between the Honorable Minister on that side and the Honorable Member behind us here. It's really not acceptable that they are having this kind of altercation while we sit here and we just can't listen to what is happening.
Order, Chair.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you?
There's a member at the back there. Yes, Honorable Member.
No, Deputy Speaker, I think these honourable members must be disciplined. They must start by pay maintenance first before they come and make noise here.
It's not a point of order, Honorable Member.
May I address you,
yes,
Deputy Speaker?
What are you addressing me on, Honorable Member?
As young as Honorable Ndlozi might be, but it's very much out of order for this Minister of Makip to point at our member and say our member is nonsense. I'm saying to her, she is nonsense together with her leadership.
Honorable Mugause, honorable members, this is bad. This is absolutely bad and out of order. The complaint by Honorable Singh is correct. Honorable Minister and Honorable Mugause, I think it is incorrect for you to address matters in the House in the manner in which you are doing. I do want to insist you stop that. Honorable Kause, this is unacceptable for you even after having been told to not do that. You still address people in the way in which you address them in the House. Can we stop doing that? Why is it politically okay for members to behave in this way? I mean, I'm surprised that you continue to want to be told not to do things that you wouldn't want to be told to do. Honorable Ndlozi correctly reminds us this is not a kindergarten. This is kindergarten behavior. Children must not, don't even take so long to understand. No, you're out of order, members. No, man. No, just better order. Honorable members, this behavior is unacceptable. Honorable members, Yes. Deputy President, you were in the middle of responding when you were rudely interrupted by us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, respectfully. Deputy Speaker, I rose on a point of order. You can't say it was rude. It is allowed in the House for a member to... No, Deputy Speaker.
You should ask.
You must not contribute to the cantankerous behavior that we've been seeing here.
Honorable.
You can't say we rudely disrupted anyone. When you recognized, gave platform, and gave us an opportunity to call an order, please withdraw that it was a rude.
No. Honorable member.
How can you say that?
No, sit down. Let me tell you why. Please, just take your seat. Let me tell you why. We can't be asking the president to come and address us here. And we conduct ourselves in a manner that we subsequently have the chair to have to talk for so long about behavior. It is incorrect for us to do that. So what I'm calling out of order is that I have to tell members to behave. And this is incorrect. This is what is rude about the behavior that I'm calling unacceptable. Deputy President, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What I was leading to was to say, in a very substantial way, we have opened the doors of learning. We have been able to fund our young people up to 9.5 billion rand, which is in NSFAS funding, and that is a substantial amount of money. And admittedly, we agree that much more needs to be done in this regard. And if ever people were in doubt, this is one government that has the resolve, that has the determination to make sure that we deliver a decent education to our young people, and we will not be stopped from doing so. We are going to deliver on what we said. We do not give empty promises. This promise is pregnant with a lot of possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. My question is, knowing that your government has been selling dreams for a while, is it possible to know when is your government going to start building specialized universities, just like the one we have just returned now, which is the former Medunza, to ensure that we don't go looking for Cubians on doctors, and that we don't go looking for Cubians for Free State as engineers, so that we return the faith of our young people who are unemployed and who look forward to a future and opportunities in higher education, but they have been prevented by lack of political commitment to free education.
Deputy President.
Our government has opened, Deputy Speaker, a number of institutions of higher learning. We've opened and continue to open many TVET colleges where young people are given the opportunity to learn crafts and skills that are much needed in our economy. We are one government that has been bold and brave enough to open 3 universities in the current period. One in Mpumalanga, one in the Northern Cape, and one specialized university for medical training. Now, this we do to live up to the dream, which you say is a dream, and the promise and the aspiration that was clearly articulated in the Freedom Charter, that of opening up the doors of learning and giving our young people as many opportunities as we possibly can.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. The question has reference to specialized universities. There's a difference between a university and a TVET college. And I made reference specifically to the former Medunza.
Right, Honourable
so
Member,
it's
please
either there is an answer or there is no answer.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Take your seat. Deputy President, please conclude your answer.
In concluding, because people don't have the patience to listen, in concluding, a medical university is a specialized university, and indeed, a number of universities of science and technology that are being opened are also specialized universities, and many of the universities and indeed colleges that are being opened, that are in existence, are beginning to focus more and more on a number of areas. Whether we will, in the future, open more specialized universities is a matter of planning, and that is not excluded. We are a developing country, and in developing, we've got to harness all the skills that we've got to make sure that we achieve the goals and objectives that we have set out for ourselves. Thank you very much.
The next follow-up question is to be asked by the Honourable Nkomo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To the Honourable Deputy President, with regard to the shortage of critical skills and particularly local skills flight, what is government doing to ensure that highly skilled graduates are provided with an ease of entry into their respective markets or professions, and not as occurs on so many occasions where they are being forced to leave the country to seek employment on foreign soil because of inept and ill-thought-out bureaucracy? And what is government doing to attract South African expatriates back to South Africa who have a genuine interest in the country's future and development? In view of the fact of the question which was asked by Honourable Nkadimeng, who actually said that in view of the fact that most business organizations recognize that South Africa is suffering from a shortage of skills. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. One of the things that we are doing through the HRDC Council is to promote a partnership between business and institutions of learning. And this is precisely for this reason that the Honourable Member has raised. What we are finding to be more beneficial is a partnership that is struck at an early stage between somebody who is learning a craft and, say, a potential employer, be it a business or an institution. And as we partner them through a learnership process, through an internship process, a relationship is then struck, and the learning person then gets the opportunity to learn whatever skill at close range on the job. And we are finding that many of those people who are partnered through this process with various companies finally get employment a lot easier than those who are not partnered. So we are fostering partnerships between the private sector and institutions of learning. And this is what we are going to be doing on an ongoing basis to make sure that we do match the skills that are acquired with the jobs that are sought in the private sector and indeed in the public sector as well. So that for us provides a wonderful answer if we can craft this properly, and we have already started. With regard to the skill base that exists outside the country, those who are skilled and are still, say, in the diaspora, we applaud those who have started various initiatives. There are people who have started the homecoming revolution and are encouraging a number of people to come back home, to come and utilize their skills here. And indeed, through our various departments, particularly DERCO, we are also reaching out to a number of South Africans who are in various other countries and attracting them back home. And also encouraging companies here to offer them positions so that they can come back and work here. But what is encouraging as well is that many of the students that we are sending overseas to study, as one interacts with them and talks to them, they all say that they want to come back home. So the fear that people might have had when we send young people to learn overseas, that they may never come back, is not proving to be a reality, because many of them do want to come back home. So we are working in a multi-pronged manner to make sure that the skills that are outside our country do come back home. What we need to do is to spread the environment that will be good and conducive for them to come back to, so that they can contribute to the growth of our economy and country. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Davis.
Apologies, Chair, I pressed the wrong button. I'm actually Honourable Vazoli.
Just press your own button.
I'm sorry. Thank you, I will do that next time. Honourable Chair, business organisations need skills, but you know, all is not as well in the skills field as the Deputy President makes out. Businesses are levied some 13 billion a year for the purpose of skills education. Now, when your government, the Deputy Minister, calls upon the private sector to assist in higher education crises like the current one, you would think it would be from a strong position, one where you can say with confidence that the 13 billion a year already given by business is well managed, provides skills, and is thriving. Indeed, however, it is known instead by all players to be a disaster. There's mission creep, corruption, and mismanagement in the SETAs and the NSF, leading to alienation of business from the sector. And many businesses these days regard the skills levy as simply another tax and something that they have no interest in. Who have you approached, Deputy President, in business to repair the damage done by this disaster area, to draw them in more actively to participate in revamping the skills area, and as well as drawing them into higher education in general, which is what Minister Nzimande keeps going on about? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy President.
I chair the Human Resource Development Council. And the Human Resource Development Council, as you wonder, is a council on which sits, as I said earlier, government departments at ministerial level, as well as the private sector at CEO level, as well as academic professionals, trade unions, and community-based organizations. Now, this is a powerful council of close on to 60, 70 people. That meets, if you care to know, and we'll invite you one day as you making those gestures, it meets 4 times a year, and in the 4 times a year, it is able to evaluate, 1, the progress that we're making, 2, identify areas where we need work to be done, and commission the work that needs to be done by professionals who come back within the year and give us reports and make clear recommendations on what we need to act on. Now, in this council, we are able to deal with challenges and issues such as the one that you've alluded to, the SETAs, how to make them much more effective, and what role the private sector can play in education in making sure, for instance, things such as making sure that we increase the level of PhDs in our country, because the number of PhDs that we have are rather few and far in between, and that body is working continuously on finding ways of increasing the pool of PhDs, working consistently on making sure that we have more university lecturers, particularly women and black people, and working more to find ways of increasing the artisan base in our country, the engineering base in our country. This council is beavering away and working consistently to find all these answers. And the beauty of this council is, it is a council that brings together some of the best minds in our country that are lodged in the private sector, yes, in government, in the trade union movement, as well as in community-based organization. Now, this council is doing a great deal of work, and the product of what it's doing will be seen as we move forward. And it is addressing some of these challenges that we are facing now. And it is also for this reason that I suggested that this council needs to play a role as we address this current challenge that we have of the funding of universities going forward. So, Deputy Speaker or Acting Chair, on the table, we are doing a lot of work to move the needle in as far as increasing the skill base in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy President. Honourable members, that concludes questions to the Deputy President. I thank the Honourable Deputy President. We now come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion?
Well, a very good afternoon. This is News Today, and you've been watching live.
Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting this House, noting that November is National Diabetes Awareness Month, recognizing that 3.5 million South Africans, approximately 6% of the population, live with either type 1 or 2 diabetes, and that many of these cases go undiagnosed because symptoms can be mild or difficult to recognize and may develop gradually. Further noting that it takes on average 7 years for a person to get diagnosed with diabetes for the first time, resulting in about 30% of people with type 2 diabetes already having developed complications by the time that they are diagnosed, which may include heart disease, stroke, blindness, amputations, and kidney failure. And also finally noting that in most cases, these complications could have been avoided entirely by an early diagnosis or proper treatment. That this House then debates strengthening and expanding efforts of both government and civil society to raise awareness about the prevalence, treatment, and prevention of type 2 diabetes. I so move.
The ANC.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo ke eme fano mo boemong jwa African National Congress go tsitsinya gore mo kokwano bosetšhaba e tlang ntlo eno e ganetsane ka gore puso ditheo tsa private badiri le baemanokeng ba bone ba gagamaletse go go boneng maano a totobetseng a go fedisa botlhokatiro jo bo golang ka lebelo le le boitshegang ke a leboga motlotlegi.
The member of the EFF.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the impact VAT increase will have on the majority of South African people. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debates ways of accelerating the campaigns on health, promotion, and disease prevention through common community actions. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Honourable Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the inability of the Modimolle municipality in Limpopo to render basic services like the provision of water, electricity, and road infrastructure to the communities of Vaalwater, and a step-by-step plan on how to rebuild this town.
The EFF.
Ndiyabonga Chairperson. Xa iphinda ihlala lendlu, ndiza kuphakama ndiphakama egameni le-EFF. Ndisithi kule ndlu wisomthetho ize ixoxe ngezibhamu ezithi zingene namapolisa apha ezakhiweni zepalamente. Xana bezokukhuza umbhikitsho uqhankqalazo lwabantwana ababeqhankqalazela imfundo esimahla befanele. Ndiyabonga.
The ANC.
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that on its next sitting, the House debate ways to enforce measures to eliminate abusive work practices in a typical work and labor broken. I thank you.
The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the failure of the ANC government to devise effective and coherent solutions to save our failing economy with a growth rate of 1.3% before this country goes into recession.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the IFP that this House, at its next sitting, debate the expanding and crippling water crisis in South Africa. I so move.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at the next sitting of this Honourable House, the members deliberate on the issue of the advantages and disadvantages of nuclear power plants to meet the future energy of South Africa and if compared to alternative sources of renewable energy. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates developing more partnership between higher education institutions, workplaces, and other relevant stakeholders in order for work-integrated learning research be done on the challenges that are posed by increased interaction and collaboration. I thank you.
Are there any further notice of motion? The DA.
Thanks, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the unacceptable levels of carnage and deaths on our roads, South Africa's current road safety strategy, and how to improve the situation. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates how black tax cripples our young graduates. I so move.
The DA.
Dankie, Voorsitter. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the difference between socio-economic impact and red tape assessments and the role each of them will play in the regulatory environment of business and the creation of business-friendly environment. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House, A, noting the latest South African Customer Satisfaction Index, which measured the consumer satisfaction in the 8 metro municipalities. B, also noting that the average customer satisfaction score for municipal service delivery was 61.8 out of 100. C, further noting that the City of Cape Town scored the highest score of all metropolitan municipalities, achieving a score of 71.9, debates the City of Cape Town's commitment to excellence and ways of making South Africans in other metros feel the same sense of customer satisfaction. I so move.
Are there any further notice of motion?
Thank you very much, House Chair. I give notice of the next sitting of this House. I shall move as follows, that this House debates the critical lack of civilian oversight of our intelligence services due to the fact that we still do not have an Inspector General of Intelligence envisaged in Section 210B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and the Intelligence Minister's failure to provide a suitable candidate to fulfill this important position. I so move.
The NFP.
House Chairperson, at the next sitting of this House, I shall move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that the House debates ways of reducing the high incidence of accidents during the festive season. I so move.
Are there any further notice of motion? We then proceed to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? The ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of 1956 anti-pass march stalwart Mama Loretta Ngobo, a world-renowned novelist and writer. Further notes Ngobo is a recipient of Presidential National Order of Ikamanga in silver for excellence in the field of literature, as well as for championing the cause of gender equality in South Africa. Recognizes that Ngobo was born in 1931 and was raised in the rural community of Ikopo, KwaZulu-Natal. Acknowledges that in 1963, she was forced to flee South Africa to escape imminent arrest and went into exile in Swaziland and later to Zambia before finally settling in England, where she worked as a teacher for 25 years. Further acknowledges that she began a writing career on a return to South Africa with books such as Cross of Gold, They Did Not Die, Let It Be Told, and others, and conveys deepest sympathies to her family, friends, and all those who cherished her and her sterling work. We so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that Greenfield Clinic in Buffalo City Municipality is in an unspeakable condition. It is shocking and the clinic is not suitable for operations. Note that the clinic services more than 8 other areas, including part of Ward 8. Further notes that it's not only the case in Buffalo City Municipality, but majority of the rural clinics across the country are in dilapidated condition. Acknowledges that majority of communities across the country are faced with the same conditions. Hospitals in the Northern Cape do not have standby generators. Further acknowledges that the ANC have failed to deliver proper health services to the poor majority. Called on all South Africans to reject the ANC government for failing to provide decent primary health care services. Demand prioritization of adequate resources to improve the state of primary health care services in rural areas.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
ANC object, Chair.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honourable House notes that the Pietermaritzburg High Court on Tuesday, the 3rd of November 2015, confirmed an interdict against Pumalani Mfeka, a former member of the so-called Mazibuye African Forum, preventing him from advocating hate speech and inciting violence, particularly against the Indian community. And also notes that the court order restrains Mfeka from making statements orally or in writing or by any means of electronic media, which includes Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, which may incite racial violence. And finally notes that Mfeka was also ordered to remove any such statement from electronic media, including Facebook and Twitter. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to applaud the court order for sending a strong signal that there is no place for racism in South Africa and urge all South Africans to actively work together to eliminate racism from our beautiful country. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
House Chair, the EFF object.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. The ANC.
Honourable Deputy President.
The African National Congress moves without notice
Honourable
that the House
Deputy
knows
Speaker,
the United Nations 70
honourable
years
members.
of existence. Further knows that the United Nations was established in the aftermath
Many of the
devastating
relationships,
war to help stabilize
bilateral
international
relationships that we
relations
have
and
with a
give
number
peace
of countries
a more secure foundation.
often provide for
Recognizes that in
cooperation on
its
educational
70 years,
matters.
United Nations contributed
The Department of
meaningfully to maintaining peace and security, promoting democracy, human rights, and other global issues that are receiving attention. Further recognizes that while there have been many successes, the United Nations needs to attend to its weaknesses and ensure that failures like the Rwanda genocide do not repeat themselves, and welcomes the South African participation in the 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
The EFF object.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes the community of Mahlungule in Qumbu are forced to share dams with animals. Note that taps have been installed 3 years ago, but they are useless because no water is coming out of them. Acknowledge that the people have been denied access to such a basic need without access to water. How people are supposed to live. Condemn the ANC government for failing to deliver such a basic service. Call on all South Africans to reject the ANC government for failing to provide them with quality water and putting their health at risk. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
The ANC object.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes that when I visited WUSU, Walter Sisulu University Mthatha campus, to address students on the countrywide xenophobia attacks in May, we noticed that the university entrance was full of groups of students as early as about 10 a.m. Recognizes that these students were drinking liquor openly, and in fact, many of them were so intoxicated that they were battling to walk normally. Because I disliked this image, I decided to talk about it when my tale came up for xenophobic attacks on the WUSU, to the WUSU community. Further recognizes that the address was supported by Honorable Advocate Patekile Holomisa. As a result, there was a immediate termination of the practice by WUSU students. Congratulations UDM for resolving this and to instill high moral values in all members of society and youth in particular. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
ANC objection.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. The ANC.
The African National Congress move without notice that the House notes with sadness the caller's killing of Sergeant Mzwakhe John Magwaza in the early hours of Sunday morning, 25th October 2015, at Ntumeni, Eshowe in KwaZulu-Natal. Further notes that Sergeant Magwaza was a police officer stationed at the Presidential Protection Unit. Understands that the suspects who shot him also flew with his service pistol. Condemns the killing of Sergeant Magwaza and believes that his killing is an attack on the security of the state. Urge community members with information about the killing or the whereabouts of the suspects to come forward and help the police apprehend the suspect and bring them to justice, and conveys his condolences to the Magwaza family, friends, and relatives. We so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters without notice that the House note the arrogance of the political office at Khamagara local municipality in John Taolo Gaetsewe district in the Northern Cape. Note that politicians continue to drive fancy cars, wine with mining companies, whilst poor communities are subjected to population and disease and have no access to basic services. Note that the Khamagara local municipality continue to harass the community occupying a land that they claim belongs to the mine. Acknowledges that the pending case between the community and the local municipality to evict people from their land so that the mine can operate. We commend the Mapoteng community members who took a decision to continue occupying that land because the land belongs to them. We call on government to stop harassing people to give away land to mining companies because some ANC heavyweights have got shares in those mines. We call on South Africans, particularly the people of Mapoteng, Khamagara local municipality in the Northern Cape, to reject the ANC government even when we go to the polls in 2016 because they continue to undermine them. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
ANC objection.
There's an objection and the motion is not agreed to. The Honorable Kubisa.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the NFP, I move without notice that this House knows that the ANC-led Tekwini municipality is reportedly struggling to meet its service targets, with major projects hampered by a series of protracted delays. And also note that delays are experienced in implementing important housing, alternative building technology, water, sanitation, as well as infrastructure engineering projects. Further, note that serious concerns have been raised over the current underspending of the municipality. Finally, notes that officials who work for the municipality are reportedly being told to put on hold projects until the ANC leadership has decided. Wherefore, we call upon this honorable House to express its disappointment that the internal ANC factionalism is apparently paralyzing the normal functioning of the Tekwini municipality, and urge the Tekwini Council to implement the designated service delivery program, which are currently delayed as a result of priority for the benefit of all the people of the city, regardless of political affiliation. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
ANC objection.
There's an objection and the motion is thus not agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the economic freedom fighters without notice that the House notes the high rate of unemployment in John Taolo Gaetsewe district in Kurumang, Northern Cape province.
Higher education
Note that irrespective
is the
of
line
region
function
surrounded
that
by minerals,
is
unemployment
responsible
rate
for
remains high.
coordinating
Further note that the majority
all
of
these
mines surrounding
efforts
John Taolo Gaetsewe are
with
chaired
regard to
and owned
funding,
by
to
ANC
administration,
heavyweights, including those
to
who
regulating
fight
national policy and
Further note
around
that
all these
many families
international
continue to
scholarships.
sleep with empty stomachs.
And they
But
also
ANC
maintain a
heavyweights
fairly
continue
good
to dine and
database.
wine with those in charge of
And
the
what they are doing
We
is
call
gaining
on the
traction
people of John
on an
Tauber
ongoing
Highway with the
basis.
unemployed to
Now,
continue
these
uniting
training
and demanding
opportunities
what belongs
that
to them, which
we
the
get
minerals
take a
beneath the
number
soil.
of different
We
forms.
call also the people of John Tauber
The
to
opportunities
unite
also
in
differ
2016
with
and
regard
reject
to
the government
the
of
duration,
ANC in the Northern Cape and
the
ANC
cost,
in
the
general.
recruitment
I
criteria and
I
qualifications
now put the motion.
that
Are there any
will be
objections?
obtained and all the logistical
There's
arrangements.
an objection. It's not agreed to. The
And
NFP.
what they are doing is gaining traction on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Now,
On
these
behalf of the
training
National Freedom Party, I
opportunities
move
that
without notice that this Honourable
we
House
get
notes
take a
once again
number
the
of
South African police services themselves. Note that police in KwaZulu-Natal have arrested four alleged car hijackers after a firefight in which
Now,
one
these-
suspect was wounded, and also note that all suspects are aged between the ages of 20 and 25. Further notes that one of the suspects was out on bail for motor vehicle hijacking at the time
Now,
of his arrest.
these
Finally,
training
note that South African police officers from both Shellcross and Malvern police stations, as well as the members of the K9 unit, were involved in the operation. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to congratulate the South African police
These
members
training
involved in making the
opportunities
arrest and
that
urge all members
we
of the South
get
African
take
police
a
to contribute
number
to the
of
good work
different
in the fight against
forms.
crime. I so move.
The opportunities also
Are there any
differ
objections?
with regard to
No objections.
the duration,
Are there any
the
further
cost, the recruitment criteria and qualifications that will be obtained, and all the logistical arrangements. As the President and the Deputy President and a number of ministers travel to various countries, we always seek to open opportunities for young people for training and skills acquisition. One example, and there are quite many examples, I'll just cite a few, is the offer that we got from Algeria for the training of 9 people on scholarships for the year 2015 to 2016. Another example is the agreement between South Africa and China for the training of up to 2,000 South Africans in various fields of cooperation.
Hear what the proposed amendment is, then I'll
Another
No, I'm not going to allow
example
that. What we will
is,
do
and
it can
which
be
is
tabled.
quite a huge one, is that with Cuba,
It can be tabled at another
which
occasion.
started in 1996
I don't want this session
as a
to
solidarity
we don't want
program
dialogue.
offered
Maybe
by
Chief, if you can
Cuba
just tell me what the
to
amendment
provide
is.
80 scholarships a year to students to study medicine, with the full costs being borne by the Cuban government. In 2012, we reached agreement with the Cuban government to expand this
Chief,
program.
I think we must deal with this outside.
In terms of the expanded program, the South African government finances the costs of the program. We now have over 3,000 South African students who are currently studying medicine in Cuba.
Honourable members,
Of the
we now
students sent to
proceed.
Cuba, over 460 have already returned
The next
and
item
are
on the
now
order paper
qualified doctors.
is a motion.
Candidates
in the
for
name
this
of the
program
Chief
are
of
selected
the
by
Majority
provincial
Party.
governments with a focus on candidates from disadvantaged backgrounds. Human resource development is an increasing significant element of our bilateral relations, and we are continuing to seek opportunities,
For the motion to be adopted.
Deputy
by the
Speaker,
motion
on an
as
ongoing
appears on order
basis
paper,
as we
the
travel
Honourable
abroad.
member
One
moves
other
that the
country
motion
that
be
has offered
adopted.
scholarships
I
is
now put the
Sweden,
motion.
where we
Are
are
there any
training
objections?
a number of young
No
people who are
objections
doing their masters in marine
The next
studies.
item on the order paper is member statements.
Japan is another
Does any member
example
of the ANC
where we
wish
are
to make a statement?
training artisans and a number of other
Honourable
master
member at the back.
students. So these opportunities are what we seek out as we travel abroad, so that our young people can be trained. I was particularly, as I conclude, very pleased to address 1,500 of these medical students in Cuba, and I found that they were quite pleased with the opportunity that they've been given, and they are all ready to come back home to act as our doctors. So these programs do work, and we are benefiting quite a great deal from these overseas training opportunities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Possession of drugs.
opportunities. Thank you, Speaker.
Stolen when the community members started looting shops in the Joza and Grahamstown areas more than a week ago. ANC have said it before that this Operation Fiela is not targeting law-abiding citizens or law-abiding foreign nationals, as it was previously claimed, but to protect the state and make the country a safe place. This is an operation to crack down on crime and nothing else. ANC believes the government has got a duty to make our country safer for everybody. That is part of human rights. I thank you.
The DA.
Chair, earlier this week, the DA visited the drought-stricken area of northern KZN. What we found there is far worse than anyone could have imagined. In Shlushluwe, crops and cattle are dying. School children have no water to drink. Entire incomes of farmers and farm workers
Honourable
are now
Deputy
disappearing,
Speaker,
as most crops in the region
thank
have
you,
been wiped out
Honourable
completely.
Deputy President.
And farmers estimate that half their cattle have
I'm
been
certain that
lost. We found communities
you
where
may
thousands
recall
of people have lived without water for the past
ngesikhathi
15
usengu
years. Government
Secretary
is doing
General
next to nothing about this crisis.
when your political
a tender has
party
been issued for feed for 4,700
that as
cattle.
part of the
Yet
preparations
there are 500,000 animals dying
for
in
a
this region.
democratic government
Minister Mokunyane says
in
that water trucks have been
1992,
delivered to the region.
I,
Yet there are communities
together
which
with
have
late
received
Chris Hani,
water only every
Tokyo
3
Sekwale,
months.
and
Minister,
General
under your
Mgwebi
watch, unemployed
facilitated
people are now
and
forced to buy
secured
water at
training of
inflated
former
prices.
MK
This is
and
horrific,
TDF
to say the
soldiers
least. One
with
gets
the
a
Indian
sense that
government
the ANC have completely abandoned the people of this region.
preparations
It should never be
for
that
a
some
democratic
communities in
government
this
as
country should have
Kati
to withstand
Usengu
such
Secretary
suffering.
General
I think.
when your
EFF.
political party that as
Thank you, House Chair. For the year 2014-15 financial year, the Gauteng province had been given a budget of 5 billion rands for housing compared to a
as-
budget of just 1.2 billion in Limpopo, for an example. This province receives the largest share of our national wealth, but fails dismally to deliver basic services to our people. When he first took office last year, Mr. Jacob Mamabolo undertook to bring new hope to the millions of
As
poor African
part
people
of
who
the
have been waiting for
preparations
years to get houses.
for
But
a
instead of
democratic
delivering houses
government
to our people,
in
Gauteng, the city
1992,
of Johannesburg,
I,
in particular, have
together with late
deliberately
Chris Hani,
collapsing bridges
Tokyo
to the
Sekwale,
people of Gauteng. The city
and
of
General
Johannesburg has
Mgwebi
wasted millions of rands
facilitated
building bicycle
and
lanes
secured
for the rich
training
who can
of former
afford
MK
not to use their cars
TDF
and who do not
soldiers
have to be stressed
with
by
the
public
Indian
transport
government,
every day.
amongst others.
The very same city which
We now
works
know
only
that
for
such
the rich
program
has also
has
embarked
enabled
on another
many
middle-class project
to rise
called
within the
eco-mobility,
SANDF.
costing the city a small
Given the
fortune too.
industrialization
But most shocking
program
of all, the ANC
of the
government,
government
in Gauteng
and with
is
specific
distributing
reference
checks to
to
the people
devastated towns
as part
and
of their
cities.
human settlement program.
Would it
We
not be
visited
possible?
Situatla and
Would it not be
Alexander and
advisable
were shocked to see government
that as a
officials
country we
actively,
enter into
deliberately,
similar
actively
agreements
and physically delivering
in order to capacitate
checks
and
to
expose
our
our
people?
people
And when we
to
asked the
advance
Deputy Minister of
technology
Human Settlement in the
to
House
drive
yesterday,
this noble
she denied that the ANC was
program.
dishing out checks like all the food
Umzekelo
parcels
nje.
they dish.
Honorable Holomisa,
This shows a government
I
who
allowed
has
you
done
some
their
seconds
best to
beyond your
own
time
up
has
to the
expired,
blunders
sir.
that
Yeah,
they
you
made
should give
and
me
their
more
continued
time in my
disregard of
capacity
the
as the
needs
former
our
head of
people.
state, man.
ANC
Give me a
must fall and
benefit of
all
doubt.
alliance to reject the ANC.
Right, for the benefit of doubt.
On Monday, the 6th of October 2015, I visited the
Next time, Honorable Holomisa, try to be persuasive in the programming and Chief Whip's forum for that time. Yeah.
This farm
Deputy
is owned
President,
by Mr. Zindisile Michael Kokozili, who is a beneficiary of our health program of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. On this visit, as part of constituency
Beyond your
work,
time has expired,
I was
sir.
Yeah, you should give me more time in my capacity as the former head of state, man. Give me a benefit of doubt.
As well as the Chief Whip of the Cape Agulhas Municipality, Councillor Raymond Mokotwana, and members of the ANC
Benefit of doubt.
Sanko, as well as the South African Communist Party. The delegation also included officials from the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Mr. Mkoko took ownership of this farm on the 26th of March 2015. He is exceedingly, Minister, proud.
Next time, Honorable Holomisa, try to be persuasive in the programming and Chief Whip's forum for that time.
And he indeed has the support of
Deputy
all
President,
the surrounding farming communities.
Deputy President.
The white farmers, Chair. But we are concerned that there has been delays in the finalization of the recap grant that he is waiting for, which will allow him to operate his
Honourable member, your time is now expired.
Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Firstly, I must commend
Next time, Honorable Holomisa, try to be persuasive in the programming and Chief Whip's forum for that time.
as we are in a position
Deputy President.
to say we have some of the cheapest wind energy globally. In South Africa, we can bank on more than 50% of electricity from this source at any time, while in Europe, Germany, for an example, can claim only 16.6 efficiency from their wind energy program. Since 2011, when the renewable energy program started, wind and solar have generated 5.5 terawatt hours.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Holomisa, I seem to recall Honorable
It's also each kilowatt hour of renewable energy that displace fossil fuels in the national grid.
Honorable Holomisa, I seem to recall that time when you were a member of the African National Congress, when together we crafted this type of course where a number of our soldiers and future leaders of the SANDF were trained in India. With regards to your question, yes, you are right. It is something that our soldiers and future leaders of the SANDF were trained in India. With regards to your question, yes, you are right. It is something that we are doing at present. We are sending quite a number of people to various countries where they can gain a lot of technological know-how as well as managerial know-how. So you are talking about something that we are already doing, and we are rolling it out in quite an extensive way. But thank you very much. We are waiting for you to come back. Thank you very much.
Where is the political will to remedy all this? Our country faces high levels of unemployment and poverty.
Thank you very much.
And the government is not owning up. Fraud, corruption, maladministration, incompetence, irregular expenditure in some departments, failing to spend allocated budgets, failing to pay service providers within the stipulated 30 days, failure to implement strategic plans are all matters which are seriously concerning. Government is very reluctant to address these concerns. And what is worse is that the government does not make any serious effort to ensure that those who do not comply pay the
Deputy
ultimate
Speaker.
price.
Deputy President.
These officials fail us year after year, but
the
nothing absolutely is done. The end result is that the incompetent officials remain in their well-paid positions, and the people of the country have to grin and bear the effects of such incompetence.
Deputy President,
The NFP
the
is saying it's now time
binational
to act,
agreements deal
and
with
the
a number
time
of
is now.
issues, including
The
trade.
National Freedom
And
Party
I'd like to
believes that
focus on that
unless
for a
there are
second, if I
serious
may.
consequences
Former
for the failure
President
of incompetent
Motlanthe,
government
in an
officials,
interview this week, was
Honourable
quite
member,
scathing
your time
about
is
the
up.
way that we treat our major
The
trading
ANC.
partners. And the
Thank
quite
you,
bizarre
Chair.
trend in the government
The
and
ANC
your
is
party
disappointed
to actively
by the
alienate and
elected State and
antagonize
City Council,
our biggest
which
trading
recently
partners.
voted overwhelmingly
Now,
in favour
looking at
of a
your
multi-million
diary,
rand
you
development
seem
of
to
land
tacitly
between
agree with the
Clifton and
former
Kempton.
president. if one considers your work schedule. You've been working very hard to mend relationships with our biggest partners through these binational council agreements. Do you agree with President Motlanthe that we are unnecessarily harming our relationships with existing partners by, for example, our bungling of the AGOA negotiations and the belligerent language adopted by your party at its recent General Council? And can you use this opportunity today, Deputy President, to associate yourself with the former President's sentiments and reconfirm our relationship with our major trading partners and commit the government to repairing the damage that has been done? Thank you.
This time it was not only ANC councillors who objected to the development, but all opposition parties challenged the mayor on public participation, saying the DA excluded the poor by rushing to tick boxes, releasing adverts with big words on billboards and also in newspapers. We still insist that all the concerned parties must be represented from the beginning in a transparent participation. Thank you. Cope.
Thank you, Chairperson. The 2010 outbreak
Now,
of the knife disease cost the South African economy
no
4 billion
mention of
rand
tea.
in lost exports.
What former Deputy President Motlanthe was
Not serious about protecting our non-existent and farmers complain of rampant intrusion of animals seeking pastures with little to no governmental assistance or empathy. Bordering municipalities were prioritized with monetary assistance.
What former Deputy President Motlanthe was talking about clearly was, yes, he was president for a while,
to establish and operate farms and
was
the responsibility of both national
how
and provincial governments to
the
oversee
trade
the
relations or the
by
relations,
municipalities.
be they executed through binational commissions or whatever, can actually be deepened. And that's precisely what the President, what the Deputy President and our ministers are doing right now. A number of countries that were not our major trading partners are now our major trading partners. China hitherto was not our major trading partner. Today it is our major trading partner. And we trade more effectively with China because the relationship is based on win-win. Mutual benefit that they can get out of a relationship and what we can get out of a relationship. And with a number of other countries, we also are advancing our relationships, and in fact, we are deepening those relationships quite extensively. The President will soon be traveling to another country. I will be going to Iran in a few days, and the objective is to go and broaden our relationships. Now, this is what we have committed ourselves to doing. And our investments, the investments that are flowing into our country have not been going down. They've been going up, and in fact, we've maintained good relations with many other countries. The BRICS story is one great success for our country. The fact that we are the smallest country in the BRICS family testifies to the effectiveness of our foreign relations. We are a big hitter in the international scene, and we are much looked for by other countries, and many countries want to continue maintaining our relations with us. But what we seek to do is to see what we can gain out of those relationships.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much.
The time has expired.
House Chair,
Honourable members,
Aaron Matsaledi says
I noticed that this question was not related to the question here. It's a different question. I allowed it, and it's okay for the generosity of the Deputy President to provide information which is important to the House. I do want to remind the members that they approved the requirements that supplementary questions must be related to the original question.
spent on 534 students that completed their studies.
And we are much looked for by other countries, and many countries want to continue maintaining our relations with us. But what we seek to do is to see what we can gain out of those relationships.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much.
KZN, Stellenbosch, Pretoria, Walter Sisulu, and Wits. Now Minister Motsoaledi has turned to the Russians and do the same thing again. Why does he have no faith in his own country's institutions? Does he, like the Honourable
story,
come to dislike people at our institutions? Why does he outsource basic medical training to foreign countries? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
And bungling of the AGOA negotiations and the belligerent language adopted by your party at its recent General Council. And can you use this opportunity today, Deputy President, to associate yourself with the former President's sentiments and reconfirm our relationship with our major trading partners and commit the government to repairing the damage that has been done? Thank you.
Last Thursday, 9 people, including 2 Bangladeshis, were arrested after Sikh and Thai members of the community provided information about their
at its recent General Council. And can you use this opportunity today?
The arrest was made by the Welcome SAPS K9 unit, together with the Tabon's Crime Intelligence Unit. The arrested people were charged with the various offenses,
belligerent negotiations,
possession of illegal guns and drugs. That information from the resident led to the arrest clearly indicate that the community was sick and tired of criminal activities in their neighborhood. The ANC applauded 2 police units for the swift reaction in ensuring that perpetrators of the crimes
You've been biggest partner, General Council. And can you use this opportunity to...
We also commend the resident for acting reasonably by not taking the law into their hands.
What no mention of tea. What...
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are now convinced, as Arang say, that our hard-earned democracy has been hijacked.
What former Deputy President be not our major and down, maintain big trees, continue maintain with us. But what we seek to do is to see what we can gain out of those relationships.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you very much.
The time has expired.
The worst of it all, they've betrayed our revolution. Some of them were chief negotiators who are now co-opted by multinationals controlling policy direction of this government. We need a new uncompromising fresh start, and Arang SA must lead it and show the way. Cultural and economic emancipation of our people
honourable members,
postponed any longer
must be relayed
and collaborators of multinationals. Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy President, South Africa has been going around inequality. President,
blackness and state connections.
Deputy President,
normal society, victors are still victims, reduced into a state of beggars. Former liberators have adopted chameleon ways. They have developed folk tongues. Honourable Chair, we need leaders.
Deputy President, South Africa has been going around entering into bilateral agreements with various countries, but there is no mechanism of ensuring that these agreements do indeed benefit South Africans, leading to a situation where, when these agreements have to be renewed, you find that nothing was done. What mechanisms are you putting in place to ensure that the country does quantify the opportunities offered by these bilateral agreements to benefit the people of South Africa, not the individuals?
Confidence in the ANC in 8 wards of the 11 contested wards. The ANC decisively won 2 wards previously held by the DA and the IFP, notably in areas where parties have considered to be strongholds in the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal respectively. These results reaffirm the confidence that the people of South Africa
honourable
have
members,
in the ANC and its
as you might have...
We extend our gratitude to communities for continuous show of confidence in the movement. We wish the newly elected councillors a success as they move forward the work of improving the lives of
As you might have noticed, the Department of Trade and Industry is in the process of evaluating many of the agreements that we have entered into with various countries with a view of ensuring that those agreements are beneficial to us as South Africans. Now, what we seek to do through our foreign relations policy is to make sure that, one, we promote our own national interests. Our national interests must be prominent, and we must get as much to benefit out of any relationship that we have with any country, whilst basing that relationship on good diplomacy, mutual respect, and mutual benefit to both of us. Now, we are broadening quite a number of our reach in as far as dealings with various countries, and as we reach agreements, we are deepening those. We are making sure that they are as expansive as possible. They touch on investments, they touch on trade, they touch on training that we want to get for our young people, and obviously they touch on a whole variety of areas. Some touch on energy cooperation, water cooperation, and a whole range of others. And as you see, ministers and deputy ministers accompanying either the president or the deputy president, they are at work. They are reaching agreements with all those countries that we travel to, and the main objective is to see the extent to which South Africa can gain out of those agreements and those relationships. So we are working and in everything that we are doing internationally. Thank you very much.
Efforts by the Northern Cape Health MEC McJack to root out corruption in the Provincial Department of Health. His decision to set up a task team to investigate theft of millions of rands that were supposed to help our government to deliver services to the poor is much appreciated. ANC is committed to root out corruption in all departments anywhere in the country. All government employees in the Provincial Department of Health will be investigated, and those who will be found to be part of any wrongdoing must face the might of the law. We call upon government employees to refrain from misbehaving and help expose those who engage in corruption within the department. The ANC calls upon other leaders of government in the Northern Cape to follow the example of the Health MEC. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? The Honourable Nkwinti.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On the xenophobic attacks in Grahamstown, that's where I come from, by the way. So I visited the mayor on Monday to find out what's happening. In fact, the religious leadership has taken control of the situation, working with the municipality. So it is, in fact, a terrible situation. Now, the unfortunate thing, Honourable Chair, is that about 4 or 5 days ago, that 2 people at Port Alfred, exactly the same thing that happened in Grahamstown, 2 people were found dead, 5 days ago. Now, nobody knows what happened. So I'm trying to suggest that from what we're trying to find out there is what exactly is the reason behind it. It does not seem to be such an innocent thing. It looks like there are people who are behind it, and hopefully police will soon find out what's happening. But on drought, it's a sad thing. Yesterday we had a meeting with all the 5 departments that are affected here, including water and sanitation, DAF, ourselves, COCTA. So we have a program subsequent to the declaration of a disaster. So we have a program here. I did indicate a couple of days ago in this house that we have decided to allocate state land to move animals from communal land, which are depleted terribly badly, to this state land. Hopefully, we will manage to persuade people to keep them there for not just because of the drought now, but the drought would have precipitated this movement. Thank you for the Honorable Madela for Mkokozeli. This is exactly what is happening. That there are things that we do very well, like this one.
Internationally, thank you very much.
For that.
In everything that we are doing internationally.
Actually, South Africa has regained the status. It's not as if it was like that. But because there was a problem with regards to vaccines at Onderstep World, now that situation has been reversed. And in fact, now what is happening there is that there's research on a vaccine to deal with this problem.
Honorable Masango.
Lastly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, arising from your recent highly successful visit to Sweden, where a binational commission between the two...
40 seconds already. You apply the rules to members when they read out member statements. We expect you to do the same to the executive. Thank you.
Yeah, what is happening is, and you're correct, Honourable Member, but I've used my discretion in this regard. Since to this particular minister, there were 3 different statements, and I took note of them, that were made from, amongst others, the ANC, 2 from the ANC, and also another party. And in that light, I just allow the minister to conclude.
Point of order.
To conclude so that we could move on.
Point of order. House Chairperson, you are setting a very wrong precedence. You must use your discretion on the basis of the rules. There's no discretion in that rule that was read that you can use. Please stick to the rules.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The minister's time is up. Let's move to the next minister. It's easy like that.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Because I will ask for discretion on very unpopular rules.
No, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, you see, you see if the chairperson do have discretion in terms of the time that's been allocated for a specific item. And I also allow members, including you, the Honourable Ndlozi, at times to go beyond your allocated time. And I do not switch off your mic. I allow you to conclude. So, Honourable Minister, can you just conclude, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, let me make this last comment. There is the honourable member from Ahang who makes a sweeping statement here. It's so nice to be an armchair critic doing nothing. We are in power, we're running government.
Honourable Minister, your time has now expired. Your time is now expired.
The only reason why we are withdrawing is because the minister is very consistent in attending Parliament, and all other ministers must be like him, come and account to Parliament. Otherwise,
I'm glad, Honourable Ndlozi, that you are so observant and you agree with my discretionary powers that I have. Honourable members, that concludes, unless there is another minister who wants to respond, that will conclude ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
House Chairperson. House Chairperson. Can I please address
Interest
you?
was renewed.
I think it's
Is the Deputy President at liberty to share more information with Parliament on this binational
We had almost no
commission?
ministers present during the question time. It's now member statement times. We are raising issues
Honourable
of national importance, and there's
Thank
only
you.
one minister
Yes,
that's
we
able
are
to answer.
willing
I
and
think it's an
prepared
issue
to
that goes to the
share
heart of our
some
democracy.
details
We
of
need our leaders to be
what was
responsible.
arrived
We
or
need our
agreed
leaders
to in this
be here,
binational commission. This was the 11th time that we had this binational commission, which is chaired by the Deputy President and their Deputy Prime Minister. And during the course of time, we also had an opportunity to meet their Prime Minister as well. The binational commission was able to discuss a variety of issues that had to do with the training of our students, and we were able to extend the offer that they have made to us to train Prime Minister. Yes.
The chairperson of the committee will address the House on the bill.
Honourable Masango.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, arising from your recent highly successful visit to Sweden, where a binational commission between the two countries was renewed,
received briefing from the department.
is the Deputy President at liberty?
On the 8th of September 2015.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy President, arising...
The committee then invited the public to make use of this proposal, and all
Honourable
the inputs were received and considered in our deliberations. All parties agreed to these amendments incorporated in this amendment bill.
Honourable Deputy President, arising from your recent highly successful visit to Sweden, where a binational commission between the two countries was renewed, is the Deputy President at liberty to share more information with Parliament on this binational commission?
For election purposes. Also, clause 1 amend the definition of an
Honourable
identity
Deputy
document.
President.
Thank you. Yes, we are willing.
In terms of Identification Act.
We say.
And subject to Section 85 of the Act include the green bar-coded identity.
National Commission. Thank you.
This, of course, it includes a temporary identity certificate. Clause 2 also seeks to amend Section 14 of the Act to provide for additional modality for parties to submit their party list electronically to the Electoral Commission.
Honourable Deputy President.
Thank you. Yes, we are willing and prepared to share some details of what was arrived or agreed to in this binational commission. This was the 11th time that we had this binational commission, which is chaired by the Deputy President and their Deputy Prime Minister. And during the course of time, we also had an opportunity to meet their Prime Minister as well. The binational commission was able to
by more than one party or persons for those concerned to have an opportunity to substitute such a candidate. Clause 5 seeks to provide
the binational commission was able to discuss a variety of issues that had to do with the training of our students, and we were able to extend the offer that they have made to us to train our students who are doing marine studies by a few more years, so that was wonderful. We had the Minister of Water and Sanitation also reaching an agreement on an exchange of information and an exchange of technology with the Minister of Environment, who happens to be the Deputy Prime Minister. We also looked at the trade imbalance between South Africa and Sweden, and we immediately put in measures to rebalance that imbalanced trade experience. We also looked at the issue of energy. We had an opportunity to look at how their energy architecture is set up, and that too was an area where we reached agreement. So we had quite a bit of time to discuss things at close range, and we were able to reach good agreements with the Swedes. And the relationship we have with the Swedes is a mutually beneficial one. We are always seeking to find ways of extending the ways that we are dealing with each other, with a view of making sure that we both benefit out of the relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Question number 22.
Relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you very
Are
much.
there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There's no objections, but there's a request for declarations.
Yes, thank you.
I will now give members from political parties up to 2 minutes to make declarations. The DA.
Honourable House Chair, this is one of those pieces of legislation that has to change in order to keep up with the change in time. Firstly, we support the move to make provision in the law for the use of the new smart ID as a form of identification for voting. We must, however, raise the concern that there are thousands of uncollected ID smart cards at almost every Home Affairs office in the country. and the Department of Home Affairs must take measures to ensure that all citizens receive these ID cards, instead of waiting for the last few weeks before the elections. As is normal the case, Home Affairs and IEC must embark on a campaign to encourage applications to collect their smart IDs, or this amendment to the law will be a waste exercise. Honorable Chair, this amendment also makes provision for the electronic submission of nominations, documents, and paves the way for electronic payment of party deposit to be made. This is definitely a step in the right direction, and we support this move. However, the IEC must ensure that there will be an openness and transparency in this process, so that all political parties will trust that the IEC is being fair and impartial, and not allow for one political party to bend the rules when they miss deadline for submissions. The Democratic Alliance support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF welcomes such amendments bill and is motivated by such proposed amendments which are intended to improve elections administration. These changes have come at the right time with the looming change of power on the horizon. EFF is here and is here to take over. These amendments will go a long way to assist new and small parties to administrate their participation in political processes.
Thank you very much.
In a more responsible and efficient
Honourable
manner.
Mwango.
We can guarantee the IEC that
Expected African to hammer off must
and old,
have
including those who
the agenda
did not vote last time, will turn out to vote, so they must be prepared.
Thank you.
Because
and
before
by
they
the
had not
of
seen
Africans
or
that
policy
is
positions.
must number
Now
of
they have,
to African
and
of the
we continue
African.
to revive political consciousness in all our
violation of
communities,
human rights.
urban and rural.
What of
the
Honourable
IEC can expect
As
a
South
high
African.
turnout for
Thank you very
2016
much.
local
It's
government
finding
elections,
the answer
even
can
bigger than
continue.
the 1994
We
April
are
27
can
general
have to be
elections turnout because of EFF is here. It is encouraging that
I
the
would
IEC
like to
is
know
taking
what
advantage
from your
of technological
Thank you very much.
advances. The IEC must have a
Honourable
capacity
Mwango.
to do biometrics verification for special vote days because
is
that's where ANC do the rigging of votes. The IEC must announce the number of voters before counting starts.
Africa.
What is
Does he
discouraging,
therefore
on the
have
other
an
hand,
interest
Chair,
as a leader
is
of
the fact that the
Africa
ANC has
to
just
help
put a
with the
dark cloud
infrastructure
over
development in
such
African
progressive
control
steps to
to
improve
just
elections
enforce clarity
credibility and improve
towards this in
efficiency
South?
by appointing Mr. Zuma's
Any
personal
commitment
friend
to the AU
and a
Agenda
former advisor,
2063?
Mr.
Have the
Mashinini.
rebel
Mashinini will
South
go
Sudan
and
manifesto
serve the
of
interest
tolerance.
of
They
Zuma,
agree
not for the country.
consistent
The
development
IEC has
Have been
been
asked-
dragged through embarrassment
with the
by its
Swedes,
former
and the
chairperson,
relationship
Mr.
we have with the
Remember, your
Swedes
time is now
is a
expired.
mutually beneficial one.
We support
We
this
are always
amendment
seeking
bill,
to
but
find
we sit
ways
down
of
with Mashinini
extending
down.
the ways that we are dealing with each other with a view of making sure that we both benefit out of the relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Question number 22
This bill
have been
is
asked by
very necessary
Honourable
in order to further
Yugate.
refine the
Deputy
process
President.
whereby free and fair municipal elections may be held next year. Of particular importance to the IFP is the case where a voter accidentally marks a ballot
Always-
paper in a way that
And
does
the
not
relationship
indicate
we
for whom
have
the
with the
voter wishes
Swedes
to vote,
is a mutually
and then that
beneficial
voter
one.
can return
We
the
are
ballot
always
paper to
seeking
the
to find
presiding
ways
officer
of extending
voting office
the
or
ways
a
that
voting
we are
officer.
dealing with
What
each
we are
other
recommending here
with
is
a
that
view
we are
of making
concerned
sure that we
because of
both
two
benefit
areas.
out of the
There is
relationship. Thank you
as
very
yet
much.
Thank you
no
very much, Deputy
stipulation
President. Question number
on
22.
how this is going to be fully controlled, although we hope
Roman
that the
Shek-
three
Number-
areas or
Number-
the three ballot
Relationship. Thank you
papers
very much.
need to be filled out by this person, not more than three, and that for everyone which has been discarded, it has to be kept so that at the end of the day, when reconciliation of the total ballot papers which were given to a voting station are actually controlled, then we need to know how many of those are. We also need to ensure that congestion and confusion at voter and the voter flow through the voting station is eliminated, because many people may come in and actually exercise this method and by so doing disrupt the whole voter flow. A second concern to us as the IFP is that it's a note where we have the nomination of candidates, where we sometimes see the same candidate name appearing on more than one party list. If that actually happens, we would like it to be done very quickly by the IEC so that the necessary political parties are informed and that person is also informed. And the country as well has got to be informed, because some of these people, they do it so slyly where they appear in more than one political party. This has got to be known.
Honourable
Electronic
Member, your time
submission
is
also uploaded by the IFP. The IFP looks forward to free and fair elections, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The National Freedom Party welcomes the Local Government Municipal Electoral Amendment Bill. The major thrust of these amendments address electoral issues with a view to ensuring smooth preparation and execution of the forthcoming 2016 local government elections and are to be welcomed. Elections, Honourable Chairperson, is more than just standing in a queue and making a mark on a ballot paper. An election is the viable manifestation of democracy, a birthright which the majority of our people have been denied for a long time. Elections allow us to participate in the determination of who should lead us and give us a choice to change the course of history. With this in context, we believe that the process of elections should be smooth, efficient, and most importantly, be above reproach. The bill we are deliberating on before us is intended to do just that. Several of the amendments are technical in nature and need no vigorous interrogation. Others are, however, substantive and warrant comment. The National Freedom Party in particular welcomes the increased use of technology which is being introduced in Clause 3 of the bill, providing for electronic submission in addition to manual submission of nominations of candidates. It is small incremental improvements like these in the screening of our electoral process, which not only improve the political administrative interface by taking advantage of technological advances, but also enhances the integrity of our election, and we as South Africans are justified to be proud of. The NFP also welcomed the amendment that will enable a voter to reconsider his or her vote, provided that the marked ballot had not been placed in the ballot box yet. Finally, Honourable Chairperson, amendments such as those contained in the bill before us strengthens the electoral process, enhances transparency and accountability, and works towards perfecting the independence of the electoral process. Without such independence, the legitimacy of the electoral process will be questioned, and if that happens, we will be faced with the violation of the rights of millions of our people. That must never happen. The independence of the electoral process, and in particular the integrity of the IEC, must be jealously safeguarded from the reaches of self-serving politicians and parties. Through tightening and continuous refinement of our legislation, we can build a bulwark against under-political encroachment on our electoral system.
Your time is now
expired. The NFP
expired.
supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We hope as AIC that the amendment to this local government municipal electoral act of 2000 is going to bring solutions to the challenges affecting the IEC processes before, during, and after elections. It is an improvement on the part of IEC. The payment of electoral deposit that is being modified is a great improvement indeed. This bill is also making provision for the electronic submission of candidate nomination documents. This will minimize the existence of irregularities during elections. By recognizing the authorized representatives for the submission of the party list for candidates, this is going to discourage the parties from being engaged in squabbles that often result in the submission of two lists. Hoping that the presiding officers, who are always problematic, would be trained thoroughly as to understand these amendments, each in the use of temporal ID, certificate, and identity card. The expenses that are always incurred by the smaller parties traveling to Pretoria for submission of the outstanding documents now will be something of the past. The offices of the Commission's local representatives would be used. The bill is also guarding against the opportunities whereby the candidates would be nominated by more than one party. Such candidates now will be automatically substituted. Amendment to Section 49, Act 27 of 2000, by inserting the word accidentally may be a little bit confusing. because it cannot be correctly determined that a voter has accidentally or deliberately marked so, because it must be remembered that it may be the case of a double standard on the part of the voter. However, as AIC would love to propose that this or their result is investigation to be conducted, the results should not be declared, as it was the case in Ward 12 Matatel local municipality, in one of the stations where AIC won 4 voting stations out of 6. Then ANC now happened to
Honourable Member,
to
your
win
time has now expired.
only 1 vote, but now they're declared winners. So that was a problem to AIC because you happen
Honourable
to have
Member,
won
the
that.
problem
Thank
is
you
your
very much,
time is
Mr.
expired. The UDM.
Molo House Chair, namalungu endlu somthetho siyayixhasa le amendment bill. Linene lithi yazi xa nibeka oojombeni abafana noomashinini kwi-institutions that are important ezifana ne-IEC nisenza la nothanda wenu, you run the risk of having an IEC that loses credibility. I mean, ichomi kamsholozi icacile. Okwesibini is when we refine the process to ensure ukuthi free and fair elections next year, the issue at the electronic submissions, a welcome of candidates, because it was very cumbersome. But khumbula United Democratic Movement sasiyithethe kwakudala sithi kwaba bantu the IT platform that is used to administer and run the elections, umongameli wami kudala wesithi asiyazi noba ngobani senokwenzeka bayasiqhatha kulapho zibuka khona nezi votes. The other issue is nale cimbi yoba abantu bethu ningabaconfuse phaa ezilalini. Xa kaloku amaxhekwazi azaphinda afuna ureconsiderisha, afuna ucinga, athi umuntu usevotile kuphinde kuthiwe ngoku hayi makaye kumkhonto nevili ashiye ijoni ze nisincede sawunigada bethu nani. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
I-ANC iyawuxhasa lo mthetho ngokuphelele. Ithi abantu mabalandele uhulumeni we-ANC ne-innovation yakhe, ne-technology entsha ayifakayo, neindlela futhi ezintsha ayifakayo ezilidayo emhlabeni, okukhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi umashinini une-experience, unamava emhlabeni wonke.
These training opportunities
Asebenze kuphela eSouth Africa, uyaconsultwa na-AU
recall
emazweni
that time when you were a member of the African National Congress as a know-how
agreements existing parliamentary repressions.
The president, our BRICS firm, seeks to do notice the on as possible. Minister, we are working deputy for that the with
ngaphansi komholi bukamsholozi wenze izinto eziningi ezibalulekile ukuthi nimthuka kangakanani nimthuka kangaki
must be followed.
To reach agreement was to stabilize their country and to bring the conflict to an end. And this is in South Africa.
Ugandan
On the courts and bring peace of the emulate projects and Gulf on all the peace agreement, intergovernmental conflict with each other, with a view of making sure that we both benefit out of the relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Question number 22 have been asked by Honourable Deputy President.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members.
Honourable members, I put the question again. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Local Government Municipal Electoral Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration as well
In
as planning,
August
monitoring and evaluation
2015, the parties to the conflict
Now recognize the Honourable Speaker of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the two reports be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's been a request for declaration. I will now give members wishing to make a declaration a maximum of 2 minutes to do so. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. This is about Statistics South Africa, a very important independent national government department accountable to the Minister in the Presidency, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The DA is of the very strong view that moving the department from the Executive Authority of the Treasury to the DPME should not in any way compromise the independence of these very important institutions. Honourable members, the credibility of the data that this department produces and propagates demands this institutional independence. For this shift raises very serious concerns for us. Stats SA identify the improvement of productivity and service delivery in the country as one of its strategic priorities. This is key. Another important priority is the advancement of confidence and trust, honourable members, in statistics. This goal is critical given the skepticism with which many people regard statistics. We have to make sure that the independence of this institution is protected. There can be no doubt that accurate, credible data enhances precise planning and costing and reduces wastage of scarce resources. Stats SA received an unqualified audit report for the financial year under review. However, the department needs to take serious action to improve internal financial controls. For this very reason, for this simple reason, the budget, which is over 2.2 billion a year, the department incurred 4 million rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure and 416,000 rand in irregular expense. This is disturbing, given the critical role that this department plays in the country. These failures must be investigated and there must be consequences where culpability has been established fairly within due process. The DA will, however, support this report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
The EFF rejects the adoption of the Budget Review Recommendation Report from the Public Service Portfolio Committee because it is weak and fails to highlight any practical steps for challenges that are raised year in, year out. We cannot continue to adopt reports that offer suggestions and when issues persist, we pretend as if we have not made recommendation in the past. Otherwise, it renders these reports and such an important parliament process useless. Last 3 years' budget review report recommended that Stats SA must reduce vacancy rate. They did not do it or provide acceptable explanation why they did not. And we are again adopting a report making the same recommendations. This is why Stats SA continue to underspend on their budget. Under such difficult budgeting conditions, the committee must recommend that the money be directed to funding free quality education for all. It is becoming an unacceptable trend for departments to underspend on their budget. It must not be taken lightly. The head of Statistics SA admitted himself that government is not using the information they collect to plan or evaluate service delivery. The report must be asking, if government is not using the information, why allocate resources to begin with? The problem of accommodation is not only unique to Stats SA, but as long as government continue to rent buildings, this problem will persist. Government must build its own buildings or buy them and stop renting. The EFF rejects the adoption of this report. We call on all people of South Africa to reject the ANC government in the 2016 local government elections for failing to provide proper roads and people are dying.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Honourable Chairperson, the IFP will support this BRRR, and we want to say that the movement of the department is strategic in the sense that it places the information and the data collected in a strategic position to ensure that it is dispensed properly, because whilst it was a treasury, the focus tended to be much on finances and did not look at what was going on holistically. Whereas what's important is the issue of the information actually going to the departments. But of course, the other challenge is that there is information that is being collected by the Stats SA, and on the other hand, you've got a Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. We don't really know what they are planning, what they are monitoring or evaluating. And so we cannot then satisfy ourselves that the information that is being collected is being used properly. So we run the risk then of Stats SA in its entirety being an agency of wasteful expenditure if the information and the data that they are collecting is not being used properly. We also want to emphasize that the issue of the independence of this institution cannot be overemphasized, because the meddling that goes on into such institution renders them useless if there's going to be a third hand. And so we are hopeful that moving forward, the changes that have been effected in terms of the strategic placement of Stats SA is going to be beneficial, and we must, of course, also then look at the findings of the Auditor General and respond positively to those, because if there's foolish and wasteful expenditure, it speaks to weak internal controls, and the absence of consequence management in that regard compounds the problem. So we're saying that we must observe the due processes of National Treasury. SCM's management processes must be observed properly, and we must deviate away from neglecting to do that which is correct and proper. But we will support the BRRR report. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. Accurate statistics is the lifeblood of efficient and good governance, and particularly so for a developmental state like South Africa. Accurate statistics are needed to formulate policy and measure implementation, to inform government decisions and keep citizens of the country up to date of development or lack thereof. A perusal of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, as well as performance monitoring and evaluation on Statistics South Africa's BRR table here today, suggests that Stats South Africa is dispensing its mandated obligation to provide the government with accurate statistics in a satisfactory manner, and the National Freedom Party welcomes this report. We take note of some recommendations which we believe should be implemented without delay. Foremost being the filling of vacant posts. The nature of Stats South Africa's operation is such that high reliance is placed in adequately qualified personnel, and vacancies have the potential to negatively impact on Stats South Africa to execute its mandate. A recommendation which the National Freedom Party finds somewhat alarming, however, is that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should ensure Stats South Africa findings be taken into consideration when government departments are planning for the strategic and annual performance plans. If it transpires that the department has neglected to give due recognition to Stats South Africa's finding, it places a serious question mark over the planning and implementation of the department and warrants an investigation. In conclusion, the National Freedom Party supports the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, as well as performance monitoring and evaluation on Statistics South Africa's BRR table here today. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Angibonge mgcini sihlalo namalungu ahloniphekileyo. The Stats South Africa plays an important role in building a state that is capable of driving a developmental and transformative agenda through providing credible and high-quality statistics. Stats South Africa received a qualified report. We therefore urge them to improve towards achieving a clean audit by, among other things, looking closely at their internal controls. Having considered its annual report, the committee is satisfied with the annual performance, as most of its targets have been achieved. However, there will be room for improvement. While ensuring a realignment with international standards, Stats South Africa has become a significant global player through the promotion of statistical information and cooperation in South Africa, Africa, and the world. Honourable Chair, the efficacy of statistical information supplied by Stats South Africa at a grand scale, like they do at the moment, is something to be lauded. The information is critical to the economy. Such information is a valuable input for future planning processes and also a vital tool for the allocation of resources. We therefore cannot overemphasize the significance of sufficient budgetary allocation to this crucial institution in our quest of creating a developmental state. Honorable Chair, the NNC supports the budgetary recommendations and review of State South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, since there were objections, I put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, could you please register the objection of the EFF?
The objection of the EFF will be noted. The report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, as well as Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and related entities.
I now recognize the Honourable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, we move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's a request for declarations. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me start with the good news. The good news is that the Democratic Alliance would like to acknowledge the department's clean audit report for the year under review, which is a significant improvement from the previous year's unqualified report. The department, however, oversees the implementation of the National Development Plan, and so we look forward to interrogating the annual report completed by the department on the implementation of the NDP during the 2014-15 financial year. We are also keen to know what role the recently appointed National Planning Commissioners will play in this important task to get South Africa working efficiently and productively. Another bit of good news. The NYDA seems to be responding to some of the serious criticisms we have leveled against it in recent times. The agency achieved its first clean audit report since it was established in 2009. This is a very far cry from the disclaimers and qualified reports of previous years. However, the agency still managed to incur 266,000 rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure and 580,000 rands in irregular expenditure during the financial year. Furthermore, the stigma that the NYDA is being abused as an exclusive employment agency for ANC-linked young people persists. Whether this is mere perception, as the government and the ANC insist, is not the point. The point is that this problem must be addressed so that all deserving young South Africans can know that they will not be excluded from NYDA assistance because of their political affiliation. This report recommends also that given the array of responsibilities over government and the public service, the DPME is underfunded and therefore additional funding must be allocated to the department as a matter of urgency. The DA disagrees. For this reason and reservations about the NYDA, the DA does not support the report.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF reject the budget of the Budget Review and Recommendation Report from Public Service and Administration Portfolio Committee. Firstly, it is still not clear what this department is supposed to do. It appears to be one of those departmental institutions created to offload people from Luthuli House, payroll, and give them a job. The department, like all other departments, failed to spend their budgets. And to suggest that they must be allocated more money whilst they could not even spend the budget allocated to them, it's not correct. And the EFF cannot be party to that. We are not only making mockery of taxpayers' money, but shows utter arrogance and disregard of their difficult economic conditions. The committee did not even bother finding out why the department did not spend their allocated budget, whilst we have such unemployment rate in the country. This department is just a fancy post box for strategic documents that they cannot even claim ownership, since majority, if not all, were compiled by consultants. The less said about the NYDA, the better, because they continue to use labor brokers and claim to create jobs for young people in this country. Hence, we are saying young people of South Africa must reject the ANC government come 2016 local elections, because they failed to provide them with decent jobs, other than giving them the orange overalls and working alongside the roads in South African roads. They are continuing to pay 15,000 rand for 3 days for unaccredited trainings. Unfortunately,
Thank
young
you,
black
Honorable Mukause.
young
Your
people
time has expired.
are affected.
Thank
All
you.
young people need free quality
Honorable
education.
Mukause.
We reject the budget.
Thank you. Honorable Sengwa.
Honorable Chair, it is now a matter of public record that in 2010 there was 106 million rands that was spent on what has been dubbed the Kissing Festival by the NYDA.
2015, the parties to the conflict in South Sudan signed a peace of October fire and also to promote and continue
on receiving a clean
commitment Africa's agreement. They are clearly embracing the Agenda 2063 as in other words to what?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
To good and sound financial management.
Honorable Deputy President, with the Juba administration having shown commitment to the agreement with the rebels by withdrawing Ugandan troops, have the rebels shown any commitment to the AU Agenda 2063, which purports that there can be no development without peace and no peace without development? What is South Africa's specific interest in the peace and stability of South Sudan?
It continues to be inaccessible to the poorest of the poor, particularly in rural areas, and given the high cost of
clearly
traveling,
one of the motivating factors for the various parties in South Sudan to reach agreement was to stabilize their country and to bring the conflict to an end.
But the question which we need to
Commitment to the AU
is the
as all done, store and tolerance agreement of the system of government signed a view of making sure that we both benefit out of the relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Question number 22 has been asked by Honorable
So we must be able to look at that and address the issue of the poor linkages of programs of the NYD and other entities. Thank you.
Honorable Iman Shaikh.
Thank you, House Chair. The main focus of the performance monitoring and evaluation component of this hybrid department is on strengthening accountability and improving coordination in government, both between government departments and in the administration of government. There can be no doubt that this is a very important function which is of absolute necessity for efficient governance. In light of the importance of the department, the National Freedom Party welcomes the clean audit which the Attorney General has given both the department, the Auditor General, I would say, has given both the department and the National Youth Agency. We also welcome the recommendation that the Portfolio Committee acknowledges the continued improvement in the department's financial and non-financial performance and fully support
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members,
funding must be allocated
in
to
August
as a matter
2015, the parties to the conflict in South Sudan signed a peace agreement that set in motion the process to end the conflict in that young democracy. The signatories to the agreement met from the 21st of October to the 3rd November under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, in other words. The meeting was intended to resolve outstanding issues on the implementation of the permanent ceasefire and operationalization of the institutions provided for in the peace agreement. The signatories, consisting of the SPLM in Juba, the SPLM in opposition, and the SPLM composed of the former detainees, also discussed the timelines for the return to Juba of all the leaders belonging to these groups. The signatory parties committed themselves to build confidence and to ensure security is provided to leaders and citizens in South Sudan. These latest developments follow the signing on January 21st of the Arusha Reunification Agreement. The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to rebuilding and democratizing the movement, to promote national harmony and bring an end to the conflict that has engulfed that country. The agreement commits the movement Unification Agreement. The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to rebuild 21st themselves to build confidence and to ensure security is provided to leaders and citizens in South Sudan. These latest developments follow the signing on January 21st of the signatory parties committed themselves to build confidence. The and the SPLM composed of the former detainees for in the peace agreement. The signatories, consisting of the SPLM in Juba, the SPLM in opposition, and the SPLM composed of the former detainees, also discussed the timelines for the return to Juba of all the strategies provided for in the peace agreement. The signatories, consisting of the SPLM in duration of October to the 3rd November, under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Authority to end the conflict in that young democracy. The signatories to the agreement met from the 21st of October to the 3rd November. Process. Speaker, honorable members.
A division has been called for. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
In August 2015, the parties to the conflict in South Sudan signed a peace agreement that set in motion the process to end the conflict in that young democracy. The signatories to the agreement met from the 21st of October to the 3rd November under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, in other words. The meeting was intended to resolve outstanding issues on the implementation of the permanent ceasefire and operationalization of the institutions provided for in the peace agreement. The signatories, consisting of the SPLM in Juba, the SPLM in opposition, and the SPLM composed of the former detainees, also discussed the timelines for the return to Juba of all the leaders belonging to these groups. The signatory parties committed themselves to build confidence and to ensure security is provided to leaders and citizens in South Sudan. These latest developments follow the signing on January 21st of the Arusha Reunification Agreement. The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to rebuilding and democratizing the movement, to promote national harmony and bring an end to the conflict that has engulfed that country. The agreement commits the movement to expedite efforts to end the war and to enhance the values and the culture of democracy, unity and development. According to the agreement, the SPLM leaders are required to formulate policies that allow a culture of tolerance and practice of internal democracy. In accordance with that agreement, that is the Arusha Agreement, preparations are now underway to convene an extraordinary national convention to discuss the constitution of the SPLM, its manifesto and code of ethics. As members would be aware, Dr. Riek Machar is the leader of the SPLM in opposition. He continues to be one of the significant stakeholders in the ongoing endeavors to bring peace and stability to South Sudan. As the co-guarantors of the Arusha Agreement, Chama cha Mapinduzi of Tanzania and the ANC will continue to reach out to engage all SPLM factions and their leaders, Dr. Riek Machar included, as well as President Salva Kiir, so that they do not lose the momentum and remain seized with the resolution of the differences and opposition away of tolerance and practice of internal democracy. In accordance with that agreement, that is the Arusha Agreement, developments follow the signing on January 21st of the Arusha Reunification Agreement. The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to Arusha Reunification Agreement. The Arusha Agreement The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM to rebuilding and democratizing the movement to promote national harmony and bring an end to the conflict that has engulfed that country. The agreement commits the movement to expedite efforts to end the war and to enhance the values and the culture of democracy, unity and development. According to the agreement, the SPLM leaders are required to formulate policies that allow a culture of tolerance and practice of internal democracy. In accordance with that agreement, that is the Arusha Agreement, preparations are now underway to convene an extraordinary national convention to discuss the constitution of the SPLM, its manifesto and code of ethics. As members would be aware, Dr. Riek Machar is the leader of the SPLM in opposition. He continues to be one of the significant stakeholders in the ongoing endeavors to bring peace and stability to South Sudan. As the co-guarantors of the Arusha Agreement, Chama cha Mapinduzi of Tanzania and the ANC will continue to reach out to engage all SPLM factions and their leaders, Dr. Riek Machar included, as well as President Salva Kiir, so that they do not lose the momentum and remain seized with the resolution of the differences through peace means. And I'd like to believe that peace is just around the corner for South Sudan, as all the parties are now beginning the process of working together to cement the peace that they have signed in various agreements. Thank you very much.
Those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all the members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you very much, Honorable members.
Masango, I believe
These
you are the one
results.
stepping in for
Abstentions, 0.
Honorable Khate.
Noes,
Go ahead.
7.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
The
Honorable
question
Deputy President,
is
with the Juba administration,
agreed to. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable Deputy President, with the Juba administration having shown commitment to the agreement with the rebels by withdrawing Ugandan troops, have the rebels shown any commitment to the AU Agenda 2063, which purpose that there can be no development without peace and no peace without development? What is South Africa's specific interest in the peace and stability of South Sudan?
House Chair, sorry, which, can I ask a question for clarity? Which alliance is it? The tripartite alliance?
I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that one, Honorable Steenhuisen, sorry. I'll ask the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, as well as Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on Department of Public Service and Administration and related entities.
Clearly, one of the motivating factors for the various parties in South Sudan to reach
The motion is that the report be adopted.
clearly,
We request to make a declaration on top of rejection.
one of the motivating factors for the various parties in South Sudan to reach agreement was to stabilize their country and to bring the conflict to an end. And this is very much in line with Agenda 2063 of the AU. So in other words, they are clearly embracing the Agenda 2063 as enunciated by the AU.
It must be put on record for
South Africa's interest in promoting peace and stability in South Sudan is clearly driven by our quest as part of Africa to have a continent that is stable, a continent that is peaceful, and a continent that seeks to develop its people and have successful economies. We act in solidarity with a number of countries on the African continent that are facing challenges and difficulties. But in all this, we are also obviously as a country seeking to promote our own interests. First and foremost, we are Africans. And we must support and help other African countries that are facing challenges. And secondly, we are South Africans and we will seek to promote our own interests. What are our own interests? Is to develop our own people, to develop our own economy. There are quite a number of opportunities that are open in many countries on the African continent where South Africa can play a role. As it is now, our president is the lead champion of developing infrastructure on the African continent. Does he therefore have an interest as a leader of Africa to help with the infrastructure development in South Sudan? The answer is yes. So we have to be supporting African projects. And in all this, South Africa stands behind the notion of finding African solutions for African problems. And this is what we are doing. We are finding those solutions, and we are seeking to install peace right across the African continent. And in many ways, we are being very, very successful. And South Africa is well received and well respected in many, many countries on the African continent. That is who we are as South Africans. Thank you very much.
For the right jobs,
Thank you very much.
part of the department's mandate is to build an effective and professional public service. But it provides no data on exactly how many people the public service employs, or how much they are paid, or on how well or poorly they are functioning. The department uses the word achieved in a very narrow sense. It achieved writing reports. That's what it's achieved. But it is a self-congratulatory achieved alongside the target that a mandate be sought for the wage negotiations through the Public Service Bargaining Council that is most concerning. It achieved getting the mandate. But the department agreed to more than the mandated amount, resulting in Minister Nene telling this parliament that the wage agreement had led to a budget shortfall this year of 12.2 billion rands. Calling that achieved shows an utter lack of understanding for the regard that these implications have for the country. The DA, however, supports this report because it reflects all the DA's immediate recommendations and concerns. However, and this is very important, what difference the department actually makes with its money and whether it even needs to exist at all requires a much deeper interrogation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
IFP, Honorable Sengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The presence of the National School of Government on its own is an admission of a lack of capacity in the public service. Because that people, have the necessary skills, the requisite skills, knowledge and expertise, there would be no need for them to be beefed up in the manner that they are being beefed up. And this is evident across the public service and government departments with the audit outcomes from the Auditor General. You are finding persistently that there are shortcomings in observing even the most basic of what departments are supposed to be doing. The Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, they had to give 9 written warnings to their DDGs who simply just did not know how to change an APP mid-year. Now, if you've got that type of incompetence at the top, it tells us at the bottom the things are even worse. And the issue is that people are being employed on the basis of party membership cards on who they know as opposed to what they know. And that is why the public service is come in the manner that it is. Otherwise, really, there would be no need for a National School of Government to go and give extra skills. How are people, what is going on in the interview processes if you then have to, later say, oh no, there's a problem. If you go to municipalities, just one example, your CFOs, we've been told that they've been given extra time to catch up and improve their qualifications simply because the capacity is not there. So until we admit in the truest sense of the word that there's a problem, we will continue to make noise like this, whereas we are supposed to be addressing the issue because this speaks to the lives of the people. It's not about those whose lives are better, on my right. So let us really, Honorable Chair, do everything possible to support the recommendations of the report because they speak to correcting that which is wrong. Otherwise, the recommendations would not be in the report if all these things are not happening. So, inkingi khona, siyabonga.
Thank you. NFP, Honorable Shai Kimam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The stated purpose of the Department of Public Service and Administration is to implement and coordinate interventions which are aimed at achieving an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service. These requirements are an essential element of a capable and developmental state as envisioned in the National Development Plan 2030. The question we ask is the department executing its mandate properly? The answer is no. When we look at the report tabled here today, the multiple recommendations contained in it gives us a clear indication that the department and its entities have much to improve upon. Recommendations such as the departments must ensure that in the entire public service, equity targets are met and taken up to 50% over the medium term, and senior management must address the slow response in addressing the root causes of poor audit outcome. All show us that there are management challenges in the department that needs to be ironed out, and it needs to be done swiftly. The recommendations of the Portfolio Committee in the department's entities, however, indicate a reasonable measure of success and efficiency, and the National Freedom Party gives credit where it is due. In particular, we join the Portfolio Committee in complimenting the National School of Governance for strategizing to design a hybrid curriculum that will cater for occupational skills as well as academic and professional platforms. The National Freedom Party supports the findings and recommendations thereof. I thank you.
Thank you very much. ANC, Honorable Mabi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Department
Finance
and
South
entities are led by
Decisions of everyone who
as all
allow them
CPE
rule.
audits.
They're trying to inject next of case any other rate.
Honorable House, I know you will member of the
25
other deterrent forces. They run as a
so
the dignity to give us must share now.
Just
order, honorable members.
Legislative reforms introduced during
Qiniso
the
lebuhlungu, ne?
review was the
Just last week, ANCPR Councillor Linda Landu from Bekweni in Cape Town chose the DA as her new political home. As with many South Africans, this came South Africans.
wants more good for them. We will for prompt service delivery
Honorable
and
Chikunga.
prohibiting
Puts the member
court outcome
stopped. I am from different countries.
Our people protect
by always
necessary
for 26 challenges from the not giving you. I'm giving you all the
time, and I believe that any proceed without the honorable officers to bring
he
does not
say.
Race class
Are able to order
to reflect ASC.
Long live the apartheid South Africa for young graduates.
Disney.
Honorable
Blue the slip
again
to those in the
family
on their own
education to untreated adequate flipping our
to entry programs youth graduates
as
and secure employment in the public service. Honorable Chairperson, the committee further appreciates the improvement with regard to the financial disclosure framework
Very much,
in the
Honorable
public
House
service.
Chairperson.
We also
On the
commend
30th
the
of
public
September,
servants
by-elections were held
for
across the
voluntarily
length and
using
breadth of the country,
e-disclosure
and we want to
e-disclosure
congratulate the
facility in
IFP
their
on winning Ward
numbers.
13 in
This is
Ulundi,
a sign that we
and
are moving
importantly
towards
for winning Ward 3 at Big
professionalizing
5
the
Falls
public
Bay,
service.
taking a ward from
Public
the
Service
ANC
Commission
and thus
remains
effectively
our strategic
recapturing the
partner in
municipality.
holding the
We
executive.
believe that this is
Fellow
good for
young
the
South
people of
Africans,
Northern
we have just
Natal to
witnessed
ensure that
a very
the service delivery that
Thank
they
you
aspire,
very
they
much,
receive.
Honourable Member.
And we know that the municipality of KwaHlabisa and the Big 5 Falls Bay are
Thank
going
you,
to merge
honourable
post the
members. Order.
2016 local government elections.
In light of the earlier
Therefore, this
objection, I will
is
put
a
the
better
question
time
again.
for us to
Those in
facilitate a
favour
better
of
merge
the
of these
report being
municipalities.
adopted,
Because
say
the foreign
aye.
corruption that was taking place there,
Those against,
people
say
stealing
no.
money for their own benefit, we have stopped
think
that.
the ayes
And I
have
want to wish the mayor, the newly elected Mayor Khumalo and his team, well to
The
make sure
objection of
that
the EFF will
they
be
continue
noted.
servicing the people as we had been
We
doing before we were
continue,
interrupted by
and
the
I'll ask-
coalition
the honor
that took
of
place
the
in
report
2011.
has been
So
duly
siyithathile
agreed to.
iwadi
Thank you.
ingakho nina abanye
I will
ongqongqoshe
now
sakhona
ask
ukusahameza
the
namanje
Secretary-
isilungulela siphezulu ukuphatheka kabi kuphezulu ngoba siza njengeguzu niyaqhasha nje sesifike eqhathatha enkundleni yokuphatha.
Siyabonga lo ngelihloniphekile ilunga elihloniphekile le-NFP asithembi results
Honourable members, order.
Honorable Chairperson,
Order,
South
honourable
Africa
members.
is a
Honourable
water-stressed
Ngozi.
country
No,
where this
Honourable
precious
Chairperson,
life-giving
we also
resource
indicate that
had
we
been
don't
used
treat
as an
people whose
instrument
caucus
of
don't
racial
appreciate them by giving them
subjugation
Honourable-
by a government in the
honourable
past,
members, okay,
stripping
fine.
our people of our
Order, you've
dignity.
made your point.
Today we
Thank
are
you.
facing a serious
Order.
challenge
Order,
to the
honourable
water
member.
security of our country. And again, the
Honourable
dignity of
members,
our people
we ask the
could be
secretary to read
country,
the fifth
Africa-
order.
Athatha enkundleni yokuphatha.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation.
Siyabonga lo ngelihloniphekile ilunga elihloniphekile le-NFP
I will now recognize the
asithembi
chief whip of
results
the majority
ukudluza.
party.
House Chair, I move that the report
Honorable
be adopted.
Chairperson,
The motion is that the
South
report
Africa
be adopted. Are
is
there any
a
objections?
water-stressed country.
Yes.
In light of the objection, I will.
Declaration.
And declaration. Okay. EFF? Order, honorable members.
Holders, can I
They're not incomplete heavyweights in the province. Whilst I'd like completion
minutes, all of you have got the same minutes, so you are
making progress for better service delivery on our roads. Under expenditure in this department must send a strong alarm to the committee that
in terms of
the 7.7 billion
Political
which was awarded to the tax scraping administrator for scraping
Thank you very
taxes
much,
for 7 years project.
Presiding Officer.
which
The
has
issue raised
failed
by
and
the
the
honourable
department
member from the
extended
NFP
it
with
for
regard
2
to
years,
water
which is going to
availability.
expire in March.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mokonyane.
The department is intending again to extend this contract.
Thank you very
without
much,
going to the tender process.
Presiding Officer. The
minister
issue
must
raised.
know people out there are still waiting for her to
Presiding
remove
Officer.
those e-tolls gantries. People are not going to pay. She must not think we forget e-toll fees must fall. Privatization of the public infrastructure, especially the
Issue
public
raised
roads,
by the
is unconstitutional.
Presiding
and must
Officer.
be condemned with contempt it deserves.
Thank you very much,
South African roads network
Presiding
continue to perpetuate apartheid economy
Thank you very much.
and the ANC government has no interest of changing it. Majority of informal settlement are far from place of work. Majority of people are forced to travel long distance in poor roads.
Thank you very
conditions
much.
like Moloto Road. While the roads and the rail and the ports are used to extract mineral resources and nothing else, it is now clear to everyone that PRASA is not capable to manage or to deliver any service without corrupt officials.
Thank you very much.
Some with fake qualification taking their share.
Presiding
Let alone implementing of the rolling acquisition stock organogram.
Honorable member.
The EFF.
Thank you.
Reject
Presiding
this.
Officer, the issue raised by the honourable member from the NFP with regard to water availability in the rural areas and the impact on women is something that we have also taken into consideration given the following realities. The reality of global warming as well as the rising temperatures in South Africa have also exacerbated the ability to provide water. But what is it that we have been able to do? We have looked at the capacity of local government with the declaration of a disaster in KwaZulu-Natal, the second phase. We have been able to work with all local authorities through the provincial government and the Umgeni and Katuze water boards in providing water through alternative means. We are also refurbishing water infrastructure so that then we minimize water losses due to the leakages. We have also rolled out the war on leaks that also trains young people so that we deal with the capacity of local government in terms of water security management. What is also of importance is an investment on raising public awareness in terms of roles and responsibilities so that whilst South Africans have a right to clean and sustainable water supply, we also have to change our behavior in terms of water use and water management. However, one of the things that we have to celebrate as this House, that through Census A, it has been proven that South Africa has actually increased the percentage of water access by particularly the most disadvantaged of our communities in the rural areas to 67%, and that actually shows again a relief and an intervention to those who are most vulnerable, the women and the girl child. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Our national department is ailing. Overcrowded roads, poor infrastructure development,
child. I thank you.
a political contested e-toll system, and one of the highest per capita rates in the world are all symptoms of
the women
inadequate
and the
planning
girl child.
development in
I
our
thank you.
transport sector. the inability of the department to make progress on the National Transport Master Plan 2050 is a fine example of inadequate planning. The department reported that consultations will be prioritized in the next financial year, and NetMap will subsequently be resubmitted to Cabinet for approval. The question is, what happens if the department is not ready next year? Will it simply postpone finalization
but
once more?
while minimize one
And
of
then
it, does that
again
also
and
take
again?
with it?
And lack of suitable forward planning has
thank you.
done South
Improves
African
the now
energy
department
crisis,
eliminating to make
and
sure
soon we'll be
to-
reaping the bitter fruits
to-
of sufficient
We will
forward planning in
support
the provision
let the
of
patient. They have Cape Town build a new
To welcoming Philando fast.
We must want fully restore
The National
remnants.
Freedom Party believes that the low service
Hashtag
level,
some-
lack of
But
flexibility, capital
it should-
investment delays,
Where?
by
Gather
national
of order.
rail operator will
At a
further
country that they
paralyze
home.
the potential of our extensive rail network.
Public loan them
Similarly,
members
the rollout of the BRT
honor
system
more
across our
their
network
views.
is
What is
uncoordinated
Dilemmas on court judge.
Become one of
and is dismally failing in
And a lot of things.
providing the
Can you
millions of
please
South Africans
Operators
who rely
effect.
on public transport
Accident.
from
Who lost
access
that?
to a
Shame.
system that is
Our
reliable,
streams accommodate
safe and affordable. These are all systems, Honorable
Siyabonga
Chairperson,
lunga
which point to
elihloniphekile ilunga
very
elihloniphekile
quite
le-NFP
well, despite our concerns, the National
asithembe
Freedom
ibhuza
Party
lisuguduza.
supports this BRR report. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson,
Thank you, GA.
South Africa is a water-stressed country where this
House
precious
Chair.
life
Although the DA supports the transport
There-
people are reported to remain concerned with the lack of alignment
a
of the core
water-stressed
mandates of each of the
country
entities in accordance
where
with the
this
respective
precious
legislation. Areas of responsibility are thus overlapping in most cases.
is a
The various report consistently expressed concern for of
South
the lack of
Africa-
required expertise and skills in the departments and its entities. And this is an indictment of the ANC's cadre deployment policy. After the embarrassing cancellation of the 2014 Road Safety Summit, as the
South Africa
2013
is
summit
a
recommendations
water-stressed
are addressed,
country
the Minister continued
where
to
this
do
precious
nothing in
life-giving
reducing the road
resource
carnage and deaths.
had been
This
used
is
as an
unambiguously
instrument
demonstrated
of racial
month after month
subjugation
as thousands continue
by a
to die.
government. For what
Department
plated water to
continues
provide
ignore
on
the
hand.
Francine motorist opposition to the
Highway
e-tolls.
inside.
Continued
Honourable
National-
reports showed that e-tolls
Its
in the Western
mandate
Cape would be a problem.
and used
Thank you.
asithembe ibhuza lisuguduza.
Honorable Chairperson, South Africa is
Thank you,
a
Chairperson.
water-stressed country where this precious life-giving
During the
resource
period under
had been
review,
used
the
as an
transport
instrument
sector
of
has
racial
played its part
subjugation by a
with
government in the
view to
past,
responding
stripping our
to the
people of
NDP
our dignity.
in the
Today
maritime
we are
sector.
facing a serious challenge to
We
the
have
water
moved
security of our country. And again, the
strides
dignity of our
to
people
intensify our
could be
input
impaired if
into
we do not
operation packages
address the
and
looming
ensure that
crisis now.
the sector transforms
Aging and crumbling
plays
infrastructure
its
lack
optimal role within the ocean economy.
had been used.
Some major achievements during the
Giving
year
resource
under review
had
included
been
the
used
draft
as an instrument of
multimodal
racial
transport
subjugation
planning
by a
and
government in the
coordination
past,
draft bill
stripping
was
our
developed.
people of
The
our
bill
dignity.
will assist in facilitating integrated micro transport system planning in view of guiding investment.
Today
in
we
a
are
sector
facing a serious challenge
that
to the
broad-based
water security
black
of our
economic
country.
empowerment.
And again, the
Council
dignity of our
was
people
approved by
could
the
be impaired
ministry
if we do not
and launched
address the
during
looming
the
crisis
period
now.
under review.
Aging
The
and
Council
crumbling
will aim to
infrastructure,
improve
lack
sector
of building
transformation and
more
economic
dams, and
performance.
inadequate forward planning to accommodate rapid urbanization have all contributed to the water shortage we face as a country. The province of KwaZulu-Natal, for example, is currently in the grip of crippling drought, which has brought agriculture to its knees. Communities have to rely on untreated water from polluted streams and dams, and irregular supply of fresh water from water tankers every second and third week. Yet the response from the ANC-led provincial government is to organize prayer meeting for the rain, whereas it should be fulfilling its mandate an obligation to provide all our people with sufficient clean water for their daily needs. It is a national shame that 21 years after attaining our democracy, young black girls in rural areas still have to walk
Honourable member, if you can wind up.
to collect water and carry it on their own hands. And it's a national shame that our people still have to rely on muddy dams and
Those
polluted
against
streams
say
for
no.
drinking water. This shame
Order, honourable member, your time is up.
The ANC is in power. I thank you.
The objection of the EFF will be noted and the report has been duly agreed to. I'll ask the secretary to read the sixth
Thank you.
order.
Consideration of budgetary review and
ANC.
recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Tourism.
I will now recognize the chief whip of
Is
the
in power.
majority
I thank you.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, and we call for declaration, Madam Chair.
The EFF calls for declaration and you are allowed. Oh, I thought the other day you said if you call for the declaration, but you are there. Continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Much has already been said on the impact of the visa regulations on the tourism sector, so therefore I will turn my attention to what's happening to our local tourism sector. The reality is that domestic tourism is shrinking. When the international trend is tourism growth, why are our citizens doing less travel? Well, Madam Chair, tourism and travel for South Africans are just too expensive. The department's short-left marketing campaign is too narrow. Instead, this campaign should be coupled with a discount proposal giving consideration for a dual pricing system whereby South Africans can gain free or discounted entry to government-owned national parks, reserves, museums and the like. This will also address the issue of affordability and limited geographic spread. Madam Chair, a further problem with the local tourism is that almost 700 municipal-owned resorts remain underutilized throughout South Africa. A viable solution is to establish partnerships with the private sector to convert these resorts into affordable budget holiday destinations. Clearly, there's a lackluster approach to turning around these underutilized municipal and government-owned resorts, which, if sorted out, could go a long way to boost domestic tourism figures in South Africa. We need real measures to ensure that tourism is made affordable. If we get this right, more employment opportunities and more emerging small businesses will be created. And therefore, it's without a doubt that tourism can achieve these objectives, and it can also be used as an effective tool to create jobs, provide opportunities, and bring South Africans together. And therefore, the DA supports these budget recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters reject the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Tourism. South Africa has one of the most sought-after landscapes in the whole world, complemented by rich cultural and historical attractions. The World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Competitive Index for 2015 ranked South Africa in a fairly average 48th position out of a list of 141 countries. They identified serious weakness relating to security and tough migration rules. This department has been very weak and allowed itself by
infrastructure drought
Department of Home Affairs into accepting migration regulations that it knew
young black girls as the ANC is in power. I thank you.
Presiding officer, the issue raised by the honourable member from the NFP with regard to water availability in the rural areas and the impact on women is something that we have also taken into consideration, given the following realities. The reality of global warming, as well as the rising temperatures in South Africa, have also exacerbated the ability to provide water. But what is it that we have been able to do? We have looked at the capacity of local government with the declaration of water security ever, and that actually shows again a relief and an intervention to those who are most vulnerable, the women and the girl child. I thank you.
Economy to ensure that these become tourist attractions. It says nothing about ensuring that our country's cultural and historical heritage is promoted and used as tourist attraction. We call upon all people of South Africa to reject the ANC government in 2016 for failing to provide basic service. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Okay.
Honorable Singh.
Yeah, may I address you before my colleague? On a
Nkosi,
point of
Baba.
congratulation, just to congratulate the Honourable Minister. He's the only minister that's been in the House when the BRRR of a department's been discussed. Only Minister, Tourism.
Thank you. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. The department is moving in the right direction.
Sorry. The EFF rejects the congratulation. Thank you.
Continue, Baba.
The Arusha Agreement commits the SPLM state policy of the SPLM peace leaders, the corner
committee.
What is South Africa's specific interest in the peace and stability of South Sudan?
One of the motivating factors for the world. In other words, solidarity and formal to have and find
business and substantial revenue generated
as South Africans. Thank you very much.
To ensure that our service remain world class in order to continue to attract such business. The recent recession has hit tourism hard in our country, not only through the revenue downturn, but also because of the knock-on subsequent job losses that it causes. We also see foreign tourists cancelling their visit to South Africa because of xenophobic-related violence, as well as the spread of Ebola in some of our African states on the continent. The good news is that South African tourism is keeping its books clean and must be commended for this. The fact that the department had no mechanism to fund tourism development is a serious challenge and must be addressed. As a key contributor to jobs and economic growth, this sector must be provided with every assistance by government. Policy and legislative framework must be carefully thought through before enacting to ensure that there will be no unforeseen consequences that may affect the flow of tourism into South Africa. I thank you.
Sithokoze, Mhlonishwa. Mhlonishwa, NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, thank you for being present here today. The Department of Tourism has consistently been a top-performing state department in the past, and the consistent growth and performance of the tourism sector has been testimony to the efficiency of the department. The BRR tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism today, however, indicates that the department is not performing optimally as it had in the past, with its overall service delivery performance rating dropping from 89% in 2013-2014 to 84% in 2014-2015. Of particular concern to the National Freedom Party is the performance rating of 62.2%, which the department has attained for domestic tourism management. The recent fiasco brought about by visa regulation implemented by the Department of Home Affairs have had a noticeable impact on the arrival of international tourism. However, recent measures put in place is hope will result in an increase in international tourism once again. The decline must be countered with renewed effort to boost domestic tourism, and the department needs to take a serious look at its comparative lack of achievement in stimulating this program in its service delivery performance. The National Freedom Party has also taken note of the Auditor General's opinion for the 2014-2015 financial year, that the Department of Tourism had a financially unqualified audit with compliance finding. This represents a regression if compared to 2013-2014 financial year, where the department obtained a clean audit, and we expressed the hope that the department will pay close attention to the Auditor General's recommendations, which are summarized in this report. In conclusion, the National Freedom Party is in agreement with the highly relevant recommendations contained in the BR table of the plan and supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC uMama Ngcobo uzokhuluma from la hleli khona.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As has been said by the other members, the department obtained an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General with a caution that in future misstatements and correct accounting has got to, misstatement must not be seen in future. Accounting correct accounting treatment of expended public works must be maintained to avoid audit opinion in the current financial year. The committee observed that the department needs to improve on a number of issues, particularly around transformation and intergovernmental collaboration. The department is implementing a number of programs to address the issue of the challenges that have been mentioned about transformation. An agreement with other departments has already been signed so that there is cohesive working together with other departments. The 2014-15 has been a most difficult year for tourism in South Africa and Africa, particularly due to outbreak of Ebola in West Africa, which led to travel advisories issued against South Africa. The sector was also grappling with the issue of immigration regulations, which is being dealt with, and various options are being recommended to mitigate unintended consequences of this sector. The Minister of Tourism has reviewed how the South African tourism fulfills its mandate to market South Africa as the world-class destination. This report will also provide a map that will be a game changer in marketing South Africa, culminating to increased international tourist arrivals in the country. If and when the economy improves, the Minister of Finance considers increasing the amount of budget ring-fenced for domestic tourism.
Thank you.
To improve domestic tourism. We support this.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I put the question again. Those in favor, or are there any objections to this? There is. In light of that, I will now put the question. Those in favor of the report being adopted, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF will be noted, and the report has been duly agreed to. I will now ask the Secretary to read the 7th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Women in the Presidency.
I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Honourable Stianese?
The House Chair would like to make a declaration.
A declaration as for DA.
Thank you, House Chair. We would like to urge the department to improve its synergy with the CEGE and all the relevant stakeholders, especially the departments that are actually responsible for ensuring that it achieves its mandate, like the small business and economic development departments, and not also forgetting the Department of Justice. As a DA, we also would like to ensure that there should be less blame on the lack of personnel as is the root cause of poor performance. Vacancy rates sits at 14.9%, and we believe that all the vacancies that are funded have to be filled. Spending 98% on the budget, yet achieving overall 36 of their targets is totally unacceptable because this brings stress on the budget and also on the staff. The targets must be smart and achievable as recommended by the Auditor General. The department must avoid all cost variance across programs. Variance should not be norms, but done when absolutely necessary. Poor planning must be avoided, such actions can actually lead to corrupt activities. The core program of the department is economic empowerment of women, which receives only 16 million of the budget, which is a mere 15% of the budget, with the staff members of about 10, as compared to the administration program, which receives about 82 million of the budget, with 70 personnel. We've seen a lack of accountability and planning that has actually led to fruitless and wasteful expenditure of about 2.9 million. which is due to supply chain management. For such a small department, one wouldn't expect to see that there will be fruitless and wasteful expenditure, especially if you look at the personnel that they actually have that ranges from level 14 to 16.
Thank you.
Okay. As a DA, we support the report and the recommendation. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Women in Presidency. Since the transfer of the functions of this department from the Department of Social Development, there has been no significant impact that had been made, other than creating jobs for ANC cadres or funding programs enabling women throughout South Africa to go and protest for the protection of one man, the president of the country. It cannot perform basic functions because key funded positions have not been filled, mandates have not been clarified, and budgets have not been spent. The reality is that this department is doing anything while in this country, women continue to be spectators in the economy and in government. 21 years after attainment of freedom, women occupied 3.6% of CEO positions, 5.5% of chairman positions, 17.1% of directorship, and 21% of executive management positions in the country. This cannot be acceptable. That is why the EFF cannot be party to this report. The reality is that the majority of rural women are still living in bondage without access to education, water, quality health care, proper housing, and even land. Women do not own land in South Africa.
Today we are facing a serious challenge to the water security of our country. And again, the dignity of our people could be impaired if we do not address the looming crisis now. Aging and crumbling infrastructure, lack of building more dams, and inadequate forward planning to accommodate rapid urbanization have all contributed to the water shortage we face as a country. The province of KwaZulu-Natal, for example, is currently in the grip of crippling drought, which has brought agriculture to its knees. Communities have to rely on untreated water from polluted streams and dams, and irregular supply of fresh water from water tankers every second and third week. Yet the response from the ANC-led provincial government is to organize prayer meeting for the rain, whereas it should be fulfilling its mandate and obligation to provide all our people with sufficient clean water for their daily needs. It is a national shame that 21 years after attaining our democracy, young black girls in rural areas still have to walk.
Honourable member, if you can wind up.
To collect water and carry it on their own hands. And it's a national shame that our people still have to rely on muddy dams and polluted streams for drinking water. This shame
Order, honourable member, your time is up.
The ANC is in power. I thank you.
Presiding officer, the issue raised by the honourable member from the NFT with regard to water availability in the rural areas and the impact on women is something that we have also taken into consideration, given the following realities. The reality of global warming, as well as the rising temperatures in South Africa, have also exacerbated the ability to provide water. But what is it that we have been able to do? We have looked at the capacity of local government, and it's been 9 months. With the declaration of a disaster in KwaZulu-Natal, the second phase, we have been able to work with all local authorities through the provincial government and the Umgeni and Shatuze water boards in providing water through alternative means. We are also refurbishing water infrastructure so that then we minimize water losses due to the leakages. We have also rolled out the war on leaks that also trains young people so that we deal with the capacity of local government in terms of water security management. What is
department
also of
and the
importance
CGE has a
is
mammoth
an
task
investment
ahead.
on raising public
However, it will
awareness in
continue
terms
to
of
fail in
roles
its
and
constitutional
responsibilities,
imperatives
so that
and its
whilst
international
South
obligations
Africans
of
have the
ensuring
right to
true and
clean
meaningful
and
women's
sustainable
empowerment, if it
water
does not
supply,
receive
we
adequate
also have to
funding
change
and
our behavior
requisite
in
support
terms
from
of
other
water
areas.
use and
Oh,
water
thank you.
management.
Thank you.
However, one of the things that
UDM.
we have to celebrate as this
Mama
House,
Jeke.
that through Status A, it has been proven that South Africa has actually increased the percentage of water access by particularly the most disadvantaged of our communities in the rural areas to 67%, and that actually shows again a relief and an intervention to those who are most vulnerable, the women and the girl child. I thank you.
Mechanisms of monitoring and evaluation, the extent to which all government departments are mainstreaming women empowerment, including a girl child. In this regard, recourse must be defined in the event of some departments failing in this important societal work. Primary to the above is an urgent need by the department to clearly articulate its mandate and how it cooperates with other departments at all levels of government. The National Gender Policy Framework must be aligned to the National Development Plan, and all the gaps, therefore, be addressed with urgency. This will then present a framework for the country on how to collectively deal with issues of gender and women development. An urgent debate on how to strengthen and capacitate the Gender Commission must take place, such that it's able to hold accountable and with recourse mechanisms anybody, any institution, and private sector that does not comply with the provisions of the National Gender Framework. Lastly, Chairperson, the empowerment of the Commission for Gender Equality must appreciate the Kader Asmal's report, as well as the processes of the reviewing the Chapter 9 institutions. The UDM supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC Honorable Bengu will speak from her seat.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Department of Women came into existence in July 2014. Prior to the establishment, an amount of 218.5 million was allocated to the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. Following the establishment of the new department and the transfer of function related to children and people with disabilities to the Department of Social Development, the budget decreased to 185.5 million as 33 million are transferred to the Department of Social Development. This left the new department with an appropriation of 185 million. As such, given the changes in the mandate structure and resource allocation, a year-on-year analysis of funds appropriated is not feasible as the programs and staff complemented change. Hence, comparing the budget to the Department of Women to the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities will not be entirely relevant given the different mandates, programs and resource allocation. Notwithstanding that, it must be noted that, however, 87 million of the 185 constitute the transfer payment to the CGE. As such, the Department of Women was left with an operating budget of 118 million. It has received an unqualified audit opinion, and in terms of incorporating the above priorities in the work of the department, it has, through its redesign process, developed a program focused on social, political, and economic participation and empowerment of women, which is envisaged to promote the accessibility of economic opportunities for women, as well as undertake the oversight of the implementation of policies and the programs for women empowerment and economic participation. The department has therefore committed itself to ensure that in the next 5 years, that the women's socio-economic empowerment and rights are mainstream across all sectors of society through its identified strategic objective. Therefore, the ANC supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In light of the earlier objection, I now put the question of this. Is it? Okay. In light of the earlier objection, I now put the question. Those in favor of the report being adopted, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chair, please register the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted and the report is duly agreed to. We are now asked the Secretary to read the 8th order.
consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Honorable Steenhuisen.
So it's a Manzi. Chairperson, the DA would like to make a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, DA.
Thank you, Chair. The Democratic Alliance supports the recommendations as a fair reflection of the committee's concerns. However, we also want to note that this report reflects on the current framework of service delivery and budgetary performance against targets. It's the DA's view that this framework being reported on is in itself flawed. Firstly, the model of state ownership of restituted or redistributed land is not a formula for freedom. Currently, the supposed beneficiaries of land reform are kept in electoral bondage to a state or communal ownership arrangements rather than our citizens proudly controlling their own destinies. Ultimately, individual private ownership of restituted and redistributed land by beneficiaries is synonymous with real and meaningful redress, and one form of dispossession cannot be replaced with another form. It is the difference between being a free citizen rather than a dependent subject. Secondly, piecemeal policy developments using the legislative process as an extension of an election campaign and continuous pandering to populism is unfair to all stakeholders in land reform and society at large. It leaves a legacy of distrust and a lack of confidence in our society's ability to solve its own problems. It balkanizes society and encourages withdrawal from positive solutions. None of us can afford this if we truly aspire to a fair society. Lastly, opportunity for change and opportunities for jobs will not be created in a setting where incompetence, wastage and policy confusion is the norm. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform, PRRR. The problem with land reform in South Africa is twofold. Firstly, the transfer of stolen land from those who stole it back to black people is painfully slow. Secondly, even among those very few who got their land back, land reform has not been done in a way that ensures that people are better off than they were
particularly
before
as I conclude, very pleased to address 1,500 of these medical students in Cuba, and I found that they were quite pleased
as part of the preparation
to act as our doctors. So these programs do work, and we are benefiting quite a great deal from these overseas training opportunities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. As part of the preparation for a democratic government, nation country we enter into simplicity.
I allowed you some seconds beyond your time has expired.
Yeah, you should give me more time in my capacity as former head of state. Give me a benefit of doubt.
Next time, Honorable Holomisa, try to be persuasive in the programming and Chief Whips Forum for that time. Yeah. Deputy President.
Honorable Holomisa, I seem to...
The ANC is not using in full force provisions of the Constitution, limited as it may be. We ask the ANC to work with us in amending Section 25 of the Constitution to fast-track land reform. We further call on government to stop legitimatizing land dispossession that predates 1913. All land in South Africa was stolen from black people at gunpoint, and most of it was stolen away before 1913. The Restitution Amendment Act is just going to add. In conclusion, people of South Africa must reject ANC in the 2016 local government elections for failing to restore land to our people.
Babu Filtani, UGM.
Budget follows policy.
Order, honorable members.
The United Democratic Movement encourages the department to dig deeper with regard to consulting with institutions of traditional leadership, insofar as Pluma is concerned. Land management should be addressed in a manner that responds to both economic and social changes facing our people and contribute to social cohesion. It must be avoided at all costs that this legislation results in tensions and fights that will certainly undermine the very intention of ensuring that land is beneficial to all the citizens of the country. Important to the priorities of this department should be the acquisition of land for more South African people rather than running developmental programs. This must be the function of other line departments. The resources of this department must be directed towards securing more land and bring more capacity in terms of their research function. And more land should be made available for women. The considered lack of capacity in the department, so far as project management is concerned, and affects its ability to deliver on the mandate. It does that very severely. This is widely evident from its under-expenditure of more than 50 million when land is not used productively. Poverty continues to define our people, in particular in rural areas. It is highly unlikely that the department will be able to manage the agri-parks, hand over this function to the Department of Agriculture. So we recommend. Departments should understand that land is an asset. Although the UDM supports the budget as it stands, but we advocate for a different land policy in order for budget to be spent more productively. Department should, within 6 months, report to Parliament how it will turn around the situation insofar as poor project management is concerned. We support the budget as it stands under the circumstances. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP Nkosi Taweku.
Thank you, Chairperson. This department strives to create and maintain equitable and sustainable land dispensation, which will ensure rural development, employment, and the continued social and economic advancement of all South Africans. Department priorities are linked to the National Development Plan, which must inter alia ensure agrarian transformation and improve food security. South Africa finds itself in an increasingly disparate situation in respect of water shortages. Rural areas and small-scale subsistence farmers are finding themselves without water necessary to sustain not only their crops but also their homes. Supplies must be ensured to those most in need. By taking care of the rural population, the government will be helping the cities because it is these rural communities where the damage to the water supply is beginning due to lack of access to water. Basic infrastructure in rural areas must be fast-tracked, as many outlying areas are still without access to educational facilities, public transport, and healthcare. Internally and of grave concern is the notable increase in irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which has increased by 12%. This must be immediately constrained and harsh sanctions meted out for those found to be contravening established supply chain management principles. The above has been exacerbated by lack of daily and monthly controls, as noted by the Auditor General, and must be put in place so as to also ensure accurate recording and financial compliance and performance information. The IFP, though, supports the...
Sithokoze. NFP, Mhlonishwa Khubisa.
Angbonge, House Chairperson. The BRRR tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform today suggests that the department is barely achieving a 52.4 success rate in achieving its service delivery performance. At face value, this might seem like an acceptable rate of success, but closer scrutiny reveals that whereas the department has achieved significant performance ratings in some of the service delivery performance targets, it has achieved a mere 30% of the land reform program. The National Freedom Party cannot accept this dismal performance indicator. Land reform, or rather the lack of land reform, is a time bomb for social discontent and upheaval which is bubbling beneath the surface. For hundreds of years, the indigenous people of this country have suffered the indignity of restricted access to it and dispossession of land. And here we are 20 years after attaining our democratic freedom, and the majority of people are still without access to land. There can be no excuse for this continued injustice against our people and must be addressed urgently. The National Freedom Party believes that not enough funds are made available for rural development and land reform, and welcome the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee for more funding to be made available. More funds, however, will not guarantee order and purpose for rural development, nor will it guarantee just and equitable land reform. Political willingness and thorough forward planning are both key requirements for the department to execute its mandate efficiently and effectively. Both are unfortunately absent right now. Despite our concerns, the National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the recommendation of the BRRR. Thank you.
Sithokoze. ANC, Mhlonishwa Ngwenya Mabila.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, the budget is a tool used to change the lives of the people, especially the poor rural people. The department got an unqualified financial report in 2014-2015 financial year with matters of emphasis whereby the department has been able to develop a plan to deal with those findings to avoid the recurring of matters identified in the financial audited report. The department has been able to spend 99% of its 9.4 billion to provide skills to young people, to provide post-settlement support to land restitution and land redistribution beneficiaries, to ensure that rural areas are well developed. But lots needs still to be done to align the budget allocation with the performance and also to strengthen compliance to PFMA to avoid irregular, wasteful, fruitless expenditure by the department. The department has been able to implement some of the resolutions taken in the previous year budget review recommendation report in 2014. And a plan is in place to implement some of the outstanding resolutions. Restitution is not an event, but it's a process. Restitution used its allocation of 2.9 billion to restore land to its rightful owners, including land ownership and sustainable development, and provide financial compensation to qualifying beneficiaries. The Restitution Commission has achieved its target and exceeded some of its target. Honorable Chair, there's no reason for the committee not to adopt this report, as the ANC will support the report.
Sithokoze. Honorable members, in light of the earlier objection, I now put the question. Those in favor of the report being adopted, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the ayes have it.
We would like to register our own rejection, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Babunjomani. The EFF's objection will be noted. I will now ask the Secretary to read the 9th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
The motion, I will now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted.
The EFF would like to make a declaration because we are objecting.
EFF?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Agriculture in South Africa is at a crossroads, and only decisive leadership will help steer this industry into becoming the growth sector it used to be. South Africa is one of the very few global players that does not protect its agriculture. As part of the agreement with the United States for South Africa to be included in the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, the ANC has agreed to open our gates for about 25,000 tons of US chicken to enter our shores every year. You don't need a degree in rocket science to know that the consequences of that would be very dire for our own local chicken farmers, further reducing agricultural employment. Historically, agriculture accounted for approximately 15.2% of GDP in the 1950s and 10% in the 1960s, and now accounts for less than 3% of GDP. This is a direct result of bad policy choices. South Africa has about 12% arable land, and the contribution of agriculture to the GDP is less than 3%, and it employs less than 3% of the labor force. In contrast with our trading partners in the BRICS, agriculture in China contributed.
Honorable Paulson, please take your seat.
Chairperson, would you ask the honourable member if you would take a question about pub health?
No, we are doing declarations. We don't ask questions, Honorable Member. Continue, Honorable Paulson.
While only 13% of its land is considered arable, only 9% of the land in Brazil is considered arable, but about 15.1% of its total employment comes from agriculture. These countries are able to perform the way they do because they prioritize protecting and subsidizing their agriculture. Who are we to think that we can improve agricultural performance without safeguarding the interest of farmers? This department has done very little to prevent loss of agricultural land to the game industry, which is proving to be a haven for the rich, including our own Deputy President, who has no shame buying buffaloes for millions of rands while our people die of hunger. We call on the people of South Africa to reject the ANC government in 2016 local government elections for failing to transform agriculture.
Honorable Paulse, you must observe Rule 49. GA?
Order, Chair, before the Honourable start. But Honourable person's time was taken by DA. You didn't bring it back.
Honourable Member, let me not even